Aloha mai kako. Good morning. This is the September 9th, 2021 Land Use Commission meeting, which is being held using interactive conference technology, linking video conference participants and other interested individuals of the public via the Zoom internet conferencing platform. In order to comply with state and county official operational directives during the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. Members of the public are able to view the meeting via the Zoom webinar platform. For all meeting participants, and this is especially true since we have switched to recording-based court transcription, I want to stress the importance of speaking slowly, clearly, and directly into your microphone. Before speaking, it is helpful if you identify yourself for the record. Also, please be aware that all meeting participants are being recorded on the digital record of the Zoom recording. Your continued participation is your implied consent to be part of the public record of this event. If you do not wish to be part of the public record, you should exit the meeting now. This technology allows the parties and each participating commissioner individual remote access to the meeting proceedings via our own individual digital devices. Because of that and other matters that are entirely outside our control, occasional disruptions to connectivity may occur at any given time. If these disruptions occur, please let one of us know. If you're in the audience and you think this is happening, it can be done through the Q&A function. If you're a panelist, it can be done through the chat. Let us know and please be patient as we try to restore audiovisual signals to effectively conduct business during the pandemic. For any matter on which public testimony may be allowed, you can indicate your desire to provide public testimony by using your raise hand function in the software, or if you are accessing this meeting by phone, pressing *9 on your phone. From time to time, approximately after every 50 minutes of meeting, we will take a break. My name is Jonathan Lekeke Scheuer. I currently have the pleasure and honor of serving as the Land Use Commission Chair. Along with me, Commissioner Ed Axon, Commissioner Don Chang, Commissioner Gary Okuda, Commissioner Arnold Wong, who is at LUC's offices, our Chief Executive Officer, Daniel Orodenker, our Chief Planner, Scott Derrickson, our Chief Clerk, Riley Hakoda, our Program Specialist, Natasha Quinones, and our Deputy Attorney General, Julie China, are all on the island of Oahu. Commissioner Nancy Cabral represents Hawaii Island. But I'm not saying is on Hawaii Island because I do not think that she is actually on Hawaii Island right now. Commissioner Lee Ohigashi is on Maui, and Commissioner and First Vice Chair Dan Giovanni is on the island of Kauai. We currently have 8 seated commissioners of a possible 9. Court reporting transcriptions, as I indicated before, are being done via the Zoom recording. With all that said, our first agenda item for today is an action docket for Special Permit 21-412 to consider a special permit application SP 21-412 Mahi Solar Project for an approximately 120 megawatt alternating current solar and energy storage facility located at Kunia, Oahu, TMK number 19-2001, a portion of Lot 2, and 92004, a portion of Lot 3, a portion of Lot 6, a portion of Lot 10, and a portion of Lot 12. Will the parties on this matter please identify yourselves for the record, beginning with the applicant?
Thank you, Chair. Aloha, everyone. Randall Sakamoto and Brett Tobin here on behalf of the petitioner Mahi Solar LLC.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Dwayne Pang, Deputy Corporation Counsel on behalf of the Department of Planning and Permitting. Also with me in my room is DPP Representative Franz Krantz. Thank you, and it's very nice to see all of you.
Could you spell Mr. Krantz's name?
First name is F-R-A-N-Z. Last name is K-R-A-I-N-T-Z.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pang. Office of Planning and Sustainable Development.
Morning. Allison Kato, Deputy Attorney General for the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development. Also here is Rodney Punakoshi from OPSD, and Earl Yamamoto from the Department of Agriculture is also here and would like to give comments later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we continue further, let me update the record. On April 9th, 2021, the Commission received the Department of Planning and Permitting's memorandum for request for comments regarding a special use permit application. On May 17th, the LUC provided the DPP a letter with comments. On August 2nd, the Commission received the preliminary record list. On August 6th, the Commission received special use permit application for Mahi Solar and the Planning Commission's index of records. On September 1st, the Commission mailed and emailed the agenda for the September 8th and 9th, 2021 meeting to the parties in this docket and the statewide and county mail and email lists. On September 3rd, the Commission received the Hawaii State Energy Office, or HSEO's, comments on the Mahi Solar project. On the same day, the Commission also received the Department of Agriculture's testimony and comments and recommendations. On September 7th, 2021, the Commission received the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development's recommendation letter to the Land Use Commission. There's other matters, documents that have been received since then. We will deal with these later, Mr. Hakoda, or right now?
We can take care of it right now if it's okay, Mr. Chair.
Please.
Because of the Kihei High School matter, we were flooded with public testimony and just couldn't keep up with the intake. After today's count, it looks like we've had 5 pieces of public testimony, one from the Department of Agriculture, one from the Hawaii State Energy Office, one from the Ulupono Initiative Group, Pacific Resources Partnership, and Hawaii Electric. And the Ulupono Initiative Group has indicated that they would like to make public testimony when the time comes.
Okay, thank you. And I believe we were transmitted something from the petitioner today, Mr. Sakamoto.
Oh, that's correct. It's a very early morning. We received a letter from SHPE that was submitted by the petitioner in regards to the Mahi Solar project.
Okay. I will go over our procedures in a moment, but I want to see if there's any disclosures that any of the commissioners need to make. As is often the case, I realized my wife is a planner with the Hawaii planning firm G70 International. Only until I receive these dockets and I'm ready to review them do I find out that her firm was involved in the permitting at the county level on it. She's had no involvement on it. We have no financial benefit from her firm's involvement on it. Nevertheless, I wish to disclose this matter and see if any of the parties have any objections to my continued participation in this. If any of the parties raise an objection, I will hand over the gavel to the vice chair to handle the consideration of such an objection. Does any of the parties, starting with the petitioner, have an objection to my continued participation in these proceedings?
No objection, Chair.
No objections from the city.
PSD?
No objections. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anything else from any of the other commissioners? Okay, I'll now go over our proceedings for today. First, I'll take any public testimony on this matter. We've heard that a couple individuals at least plan to give public testimony. I will ask people to use the raise their hand function. In the attendee room, you will be admitted to be a panelist one by one. When you're admitted, I will swear you in, ask you to state your name and address for the record, and then offer testimony. After the conclusion of your oral testimony, which I may limit the time on, you will be available for questioning by all of the parties who have done appearances here, as well as by the commissioners. We'll go through all of the public testimony. Following the presentation of all public testimony, we'll close public testimony on this matter. I'll call for the applicant to make their presentation, followed by questions of the commissioners. After that, the State Office of Planning and Sustainable Development will be given the opportunity to provide comment, including, as noted by Ms. Kato, comments from Earl Yamamoto with the Department of Agriculture. The commissioners will be allowed to ask questions at that time, and after that, we will enter deliberations. And as I noted before, we will take breaks approximately after every 50 minutes of meeting time. Do the individuals involved have any questions with our proceedings today, starting with the applicant?
No questions, Chair.
No questions from the city.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. I'll now call for any witnesses who wish to provide public testimony. Please use the raise your hand function as an attendee. I will admit you one by one. I'm going to first start with Dr. Stevie Whalen. So I will promote you to be a panelist. When you're promoted to be a panelist, you then have the ability to enable your audio and video. So you're admitted, Dr. Whalen, if you would enable your audio and video. This should be visible to you at the bottom
you
of
hear
your
me now?
screen. I can hear you now. Any chance of getting video?
Yes, right there.
There we go.
Okay.
And I had the pleasure of often testifying in front of Dr. Whalen when she was on the Water Commission. So it's nice to provide this opportunity, though you never had to swear me in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Thank you. So if you'd state your name and address for the record, and please proceed.
My name is Stephanie Whalen. I'm the executive director of the Hawaii Agriculture Research Center, and we're located at 94-340 Kunia Road and PO Box 100 Kunia, Hawaii.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much. And just for the record, I'm not a doctor, I'm just a regular person. I'm going to say right up front that HARC is receiving research funds from Mahi Solar and more recently from HEI Charitable Foundation. But don't let that make you think that my testimony is biased or inconsequential. It is based on 40 years of experience and a strong passion for agriculture, and I'm excited about the potential for ag-solar partnerships. Hawaii has been trying to diversify agriculture since the 70s. That's 50 years, 50 years. Since then, there have been 4 or 5 state ag plans, all reporting the same needs, all on the shelf, all with little or no action. As you well know, the state's 1975 mandate for important agricultural lands is not moving in the counties, and Oahu's effort is on hold here in this commission for legal review. I can only hope it's time for finding real solutions, win-win-win solutions. The agenda item is one, and it isn't new or groundbreaking. Photovoltaics is happening around the world, and our goal is to transfer that technology here to Hawaii. Agrivoltaics was conceived in the early 1980s. 2 pioneer European scientists recognized that both agricultural systems and solar arrays harvest energy from the sun. Since then, many studies have validated their assumptions around the world. This agenda item is about the solar sector and the agriculture sector working together to transfer this technology to Hawaii to help its 2 goals of food and energy self-sufficiency. It is clear that the best lands for food production and solar production are the same, and both use the energy of the sun. Historically, in these permit processes, many promises are made, only later to be forgotten and often without consequences. HARC is seeking additional funding from both the private and public sectors. It has reached out to the University of Hawaii, who is collaborating with us in this effort. It is applying to the National Energy and Agriculture Research funding sources, all to ensure the expansion and continuation of the program already initiated by Mahi Solar. I do want to be clear that as folks often equate the word research to projects that do not produce near-term results, this collaboration is about technology transfer, not basic research. Technology transfer is the culture of HARC. You comb the globe for the latest and most efficient ideas, and you bring them to Hawaii to modify for its unique situations. We did that with drip irrigation for the sugar industry. Drip irrigation is now the standard irrigation practice here for all field crops. It was Hawaii's agricultural first huge step for water conservation. Agrivoltaics will be another step for water conservation. It's time for finding solutions, win-win situations, a win for agriculture, cheap land, water, and infrastructure, a win for the consumer, more local produce, a win for solar guys, cooler panels and less weed control, a win for the landowner, higher lease rents. We all have to win, not just one stakeholder, in order to advance. In conclusion, I see this as a promising new technology to a tiring parade of controversies regarding the sustainability of agriculture. Please recognize this as a solution to help advance agriculture sustainability. I'll answer any questions anybody might have about agriculture.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Sorry for disparaging you by suggesting you had a PhD. And we'll see if there's any questions for you, starting with the applicant. Any questions from the applicant for Ms. Whalen?
No questions.
No
Conti?
questions from the city.
No questions, thank you.
Commissioners.
That's weird.
Commissioner Cabral.
Yes, Ms. Non-Dr. Whalen, thank you very much for your passion and your testimony. I absolutely appreciate the passion. Yes. So I'm really glad to hear your thoughts, because one of my only reservations is there a fear that by having a massive amount of land put into photovoltaic that we really do take away from agriculture, when some of that land would appear to be in pretty good prime agricultural land. So you're on the ground there. I'm in Hilo most of the time. And so, but what you're saying is that you absolutely understand the agriculture portion of it and the solar portion of it, and you're supporting it, and there's no negatives that you're aware of.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate your input completely.
Thank you, Commissioner Cabral. Commissioner Giovanni.
Yeah, just a question on term. There's a finite life to the solar plant. It could be 20 years, it could be extended. In the event that the solar is decommissioned, is your view that the agriculture will continue?
Yes, I believe definitely agriculture will continue, because why would it not? And I also believe, frankly, that solar will continue unless we come up with some new technology for Hawaii, because, that's the energy we're going to be relying on. So that and wind and whatever comes up, better batteries. But I believe there's still going to be need for solar panels. They're just going to be more efficient and maybe take up less space.
Thank you.
Any further questions for the witness, commissioners? If not, thank you very much for your testimony. I will move you back into being a member of the audience, and I will be admitting Murray Clay, followed by Cameron Black. Good morning.
Aloha. My name is Murray Clay. I'm the president of Ulupono Initiative.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth?
I do.
Okay, if you'd state also your address for the record and then proceed.
Yes, Ulupono Initiative's address is 999 Bishop Street, Suite 1202, Honolulu, Hawaii.
Thank you. Please proceed.
And then just briefly before proceeding, I wanted to explain that Ulupono did submit our testimony to the website on September 3rd. However, it was not posted online, but it sounds like, from what I heard earlier, that you folks have now hopefully received a copy of it. Well, I will refer
That is
to.
correct.
Okay, thank you. So Ulupono works to improve the quality of life for the people of Hawaii by supporting and promoting locally produced food, renewable energy, clean transportation, and better management of water and waste. Ulupono is in a unique position in that we strongly support expanding both renewable energy and local food production. We want to help the state achieve both of its goals of 100% renewable energy by 2045 and its goal to double local food production by 2030. We've been involved for many years in regulatory proceedings to help the utility and the PUC plan out the path to 100% renewable energy, including the ongoing integrated grid planning docket. To better understand the issue of land availability and the potential trade-offs of adding more renewable energy onto the system, we worked with Dr. Matthias Fripp, who's the Associate Professor of Electrical Engineering at the University of Hawaii, to model the potential impact on available ag lands from future utility-scale solar development. The modeling revealed that if Class B and C lands are not protected beyond existing measures, roughly 50%, half of Class B lands, more than 12,000 acres, and almost 20% of Class C ag lands will likely be used for future solar development. As utility scale solar is usually under contract for at least 20 years, it's unlikely that affected ag lands will be able to be returned to its original intent without solar developers making concessions and commitments to support food producers. At Ulupono, we want to see both renewable energy and local food production grow. So in our testimony, we proposed a framework to ensure that solar developers using Class B ag lands provide real value to enable local food producers to be successful. We believe that only what is given, not what is offered, should be valued in this framework. For example, offering land at half the ordinary rates has no value if the solar project is built in such a way that farmers and ranchers can't use it, such as panels being very close to the ground or narrow rows between the clusters of panels. So discounted land, water, electricity, and other value should be determined on an annual basis, based again on what is given to farmers and ranchers, not what is just offered. Preliminary calculations indicate that a modest level of support to local food producers is not overly burdensome to the solar project financially. We do believe both can prosper. The Mahi solar project does seem to be going above and beyond what other solar developers have done in funding research to study solar paired with agriculture and taking other supportive measures. So we're very much in favor of that. Our main point, though, is that all solar developers should be held to the same standard in obtaining a special use permit for Class B ag lands, which is real value to farmers and ranchers on an annual basis, to ensure that these lands are not permanently lost to agriculture, and to ensure that both food and renewable energy can expand in Hawaii. We will likely continue to refine and improve our solar ag framework for future consideration. We also appreciate the opportunity to present this framework and are open to discussing it in the future with the commission at any time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Clay. Questions for the witness?
No questions.
No questions.
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioners. Commissioner Giovanni, followed by Commissioner Okuda.
Aloha, Murray, and good to see you.
Oh, good to see you too.
I just want to make a comment that we would welcome at a future time you presenting and working what you all did in terms of that perspective to the commission. I think that would be valuable. Thank you.
Love to do that. Thank you.
Commissioner Okuda.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Clay. Vice Chair Giovanni kind of took those words out of my mouth, but if I can just follow up a bit on that. The framework that you're proposing, is that something that you view in addition to the statutory and administrative rules requirements that we are now bound by? In other words, are you proposing a framework that's in addition to what I would describe as the minimum requirements under the statute?
Whether it is added as an additional legal requirement or it's just something that Land Use Commission considers and applies in their own deliberations, I think either could work. Obviously, it's a stronger mechanism if it's additional to the statutory requirements, but I think it's something the commission could consider under its own authority without a statutory change. At least that's my understanding. I'm not a lawyer.
Oh, okay, and I kind of agree with what you say, because a lot of our decisions are based on the good cause standard. Final question is, if in my boring life I wanted to look up the research or the materials that have resulted from the work of your group, is it found online, or where can these materials be found if I wanted to further educate myself on the issue?
Sure. The presentation, a PowerPoint presentation that references that 50% of Class B lands and 20% of Class C lands being likely to be used by solar, that was in the integrated grid planning docket. It is publicly available, but I'm happy to email, if there's a link an email I could send it to. The commission wanted to review that PowerPoint, I'd be happy to send it along.
Yeah, I would request that you send it to the Land Use Commission staff, because more knowledge is always usually better than less knowledge, and we can evaluate and take that into our life experience. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time and efforts.
Thank you. Happy to
Thank
do
you,
that.
Mr. Chair. Thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Okuda. Further questions for Mr. Clay? Recognizing that we do have a full record in front of us already, Mr. Clay, can you clarify, however, for this meeting, whether or not you testified on these matters before the County Planning Commission when they considered this special permit?
We considered doing so, but that study I referenced was still in progress. It was not yet complete, so no, we did not, to be clear.
Okay, so
In the
I
future,
guess,
we would do that, yeah.
so on these dockets, we are significantly limited to the record presented to us by the county.
I understood. Even if it's just for future consideration, that would still be beneficial.
Thank you very much. Anything further? Seeing none, I'm going to move you back to being an attendee and admit Cameron Black. If there's anybody else who wishes to testify, you should use the raise your hand function, indicating you wish to testify on this matter.
Chair, this is Riley. We have one member of the public that is in transit, Shannon Poe.
Char Poi, I saw in the Q&A.
Okay, yes, she's requested to testify as well, so she probably would be next up after Mr. Black.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Black. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do. Thank you.
Okay. Name and address for the record, and then please proceed.
Sure. My name is Cameron Black, Renewable Energy Project Program Manager, Hawaii State Energy Office. Our office address is 235 South Beretania Street, Honolulu 96815. I am also not a doctor. Good morning, Chair Scheuer, commissioners, and everyone else out there. Thank you for the opportunity to add to our written testimony. We also submitted testimony to the County Planning Commission. There are many aspects to this project that must be considered under this SUP, but my testimony today is focused on the energy aspects of the project. I'll try not to sound too robotic as I read this. Mr. Clay just mentioned the state's renewable energy mandate that requires Hawaii's electric utilities, Hawaiian Electric and KIUC on Kauai, to sell 100% renewable energy to their customers by the year 2045. In 2020, the state's utilities collectively achieved just over 36% renewable energy across the state, which is laudable. In 2020, Hawaiian Electric here on Oahu achieved almost 31% renewable energy generation. This is great progress, but this means we have to replace over 60% of Oahu's fossil fueled electricity in the next 23 years for Oahu to reach 100% renewable energy by 2045. Hawaii is fortunate to have many renewable energy sources, but of course, no fossil fuel sources. Hawaii's crude oil is offloaded to storage tanks in the Oahu refinery area through floating offshore mooring systems about a mile off Barber's Point. Once the crude oil is refined by the PAR refinery at Campbell Industrial Park, products are loaded onto barges at Honolulu Harbor terminals and distributed to the other islands. According to the US Department of Energy, in 2019, over 90% of Hawaii's crude oil came from Libya and Russia. Hawaii has also gotten its crude oil from South Sudan, Argentina, Southeast Asia, and the Middle East. In addition to the crude oil refined in Hawaii, Hawaii imports refined petroleum products such as jet fuel, propane, low sulfur diesel fuel from Asia, the Caribbean, and South America. The constant importation of large volumes of fossil fuels poses a low risk but potentially devastating impact to Hawaii's environment and ecologies. Hawaii's reliance on foreign countries also poses supply chain risks and subjects Hawaii residents to global oil prices, which fluctuate unpredictably and are forecasted to increase in the coming years. Oahu's only coal plant, the 180 megawatt facility at Campbell Industrial Park, provides about 12 to 16% of Oahu's electricity annually. Much of the coal for this power plant comes from Indonesia. Coal mining operations in this country also cause rainforest destruction, water pollution, and air pollution. And I know I'm getting close to my 2 minutes here, so I'm going to get to the gist of my testimony. The coal plant is scheduled to be retired in September 1st, 2022, and is prohibited by law from operating beyond December 2022. In addition, in 2024, Hawaiian Electric is planning to retire 2 of its Waiau fossil fuel generating units totaling over 90 megawatts. This means a considerable amount of Oahu's fossil fuel generation must be replaced by renewable energy in the next 4 to 5 years to keep us on pace to meet our goals and maintain electrical grid reliability. We believe the Mahi solar project is a critical project for our energy transformation, given its role related to ending the coal use and petroleum for electricity in Hawaii. Of the 9 new utility solar projects being developed on Oahu, the Mahi project is the largest in capacity. The next biggest one on the Big Island and Maui is 60 megawatts. If built, the project could provide about 3.5 to 4% of Oahu's annual energy needs at a fixed price for 25 years. Long Road and Hawaiian Electric recently notified or filed a amended PPA with the Public Utilities Commission proposing to move up the project's development timeline to as early as July 2023 to help mitigate any potential grid reliability risks caused by the retirement of the coal plant. Which also,
can I ask you to start to summarize?
Yeah. We hope this project receives your approval, and we ask that the LUC at least make a timely decision so that all involved can integrate your decision into how we move forward as an island, as a state. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Questions for Mr. Black? Mr. Sakamoto?
No questions. No questions, Chair.
No questions.
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioners? I have a quick one. Can you share with us any discussions that are made between your office and the Department of Agriculture informally to talk about these sort of structural issues between renewable energy on ag lands and ag diversified agriculture on a sort of not specific to this project, but in general, what kind of coordination, cooperation, or discussions go on?
Sure, and Earl can supplement this too, or if he wants to. You know, we've been talking about this. I've been at the Energy Office for 10 years, and there's been legislation introduced over the years that has, you know, increasingly sought to put solar on ag lands. So we've been talking for years. I would say more recently, we've tried to increase our communications with other agencies too that are involved. You know, Office of Planning has been involved. I think we all recognize the need for broader planning. You know, looking ahead, if we're going to meet our food and energy goals with the limited land space, especially on Oahu, which has the most people, as we're all aware, thoughtful planning is going to be needed. We also have other land use needs, as the Commission is more aware than I am. So we are talking. We need to talk a lot more.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything further, Commissioners? If not, thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate it, and it assists us. I'm going to move you to be an attendee. Based on the indication she was given in the Q&A, I am going to promote Shar Ploy to be a panelist, hoping that this might be possible for her to deliver the testimony that she desired to give. Oh, wait, she has her hand up. Did I promote somebody else to panelist or no? Okay. There we go. You are admitted as a panelist, Ms. Ploy. Aloha. You are muted, however.
Kalamai. I was on the road, so I just pulled over. I appreciate
Thank you.
The accommodating my last minute task. So
Yeah.
Good morning, Chair Scheuer.
Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth?
I do.
Okay. Name and address for the record and then proceed. Thank you so much.
My name is Charlotte Poi. I actually live in the Wa'anai Moku, 851191 Kaneaki Street, 96792. Okay. All right. So mahalo. Although this project is not in our moku, right? I wanted to just really quickly testify just overall in the whole conversation about agriculture versus renewable energy versus even housing, that issue for land use. As you may or may not know, some West Oahu and Kalailoa community leaders submitted a letter to the Public Utilities Commission asking for a pause in the release of their CBRE RP process. And the reason that was done was to include and incorporate much more engagement of community around what should and shouldn't be or could or should be considered in the entire RP process when projects or the proposals, the requests for proposals go out to developers. Very much touching upon what others have spoken to as far as making sure we retain good quality agricultural lands, even while it may be used for renewable energy, incorporating better design, perhaps, right? So some that have already been released don't incorporate those, but we're hoping that even with this Mahi solar project, right, that good considerations on integrating agriculture along with creating energy for our island is strongly considered. So right now in the letter, we did some calculations, actually Cynthia Resenti's did, and from Central Oahu to Ewa to Kaena, right now, we produce or carry a 74% burden of renewable energy production, right? And that's also where the majority of our good agricultural lands exist. So we cannot have fighting between the uses of what we need, right? We have a state plan for 2045, 100% renewable energy, but we also import 80% or more of our food. So we need to look at, we cannot eat energy, right? We need to find good ways to incorporate all things. We want affordable housing for our people. We need land to build. We need to feed those people who want to get housed. We need land to grow. We need to keep essential functions running. We need energy for that, but we need land. The other thing too is looking at better ways that urban Honolulu can also participate and not only rely on agricultural lands for large scale projects. So in regards to this specific project, I do not have a stance, and I'm speaking as myself, not as neighborhood board, right? That good consideration goes to looking at how projects that come before Land Use Commission better integrate the use of agriculture with the energy so that there is a win-win situation. Win-win-win. Okay, and that's all I have to say right now for this morning. I appreciate the time. Aloha ai malama pono. I'm here if you have any questions.
Mahalo nui. Questions for Ms. Poi?
No questions, Chair.
No questions.
No questions, thank you.
Commissioners, Commissioner Okuda followed by Commissioner Chang.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Poi, for giving your testimony. I just want to assure you that this commission takes very, very seriously community input. And as you probably are aware, one of the last major issues that have come before this commission involving our neighbors on the Waianae Coast was the city's request to extend open-ended the special permit regarding the Waimanalo Gulch landfill. And without going over all of that, I think you might agree, and others might agree also, that many of us on the commission have serious concerns when, number one, community input is not considered or even listened to, and number two, negative public facilities seem to be foisted on only certain communities. So again, let me assure you that we take very seriously our duties under the law, and we do listen to the community. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Poi.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Okuda. Commissioner Chang.
Wait, aloha Shar, nice to see you.
Aloha, nice to see you too.
Thank you for being here this morning. Always appreciate your testimony. Do you know whether Mahi Pono has completed their presentations to the neighborhood boards, both in Mililani and Waipahu?
I don't know if they've done presentations to those boards out there, but I would hope they have, right? Yeah. Engaging especially the immediate communities is imperative. And even sometimes the neighboring ones when we share similar wants and needs for our communities. And that does show a willingness to engage and really listen to communities when you go beyond what is quote unquote expected and only written in black and white, so.
Olole. Mahalo, Shar. Thank you so much. I will ask the applicant that. Take care now. Aloha.
Aloha.
Anything further, commissioners? If not, thank you very much. Thank you also for pulling to the side of the road. It's a relief.
Yes.
Be safe and well. Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll move you back to being an attendee.
You all too. Mahalo for all you folks do.
Are there any other members of the public who are attending this meeting who wish to testify at this time? If so, please raise your hand using the raise your hand function or *9. Going once, going twice. Seeing no further testimony, I'm closing public testimony on this matter. And we have 8 minutes to go before we take our next break. Are you able to begin your presentation, Mr. Sakamoto?
Yes, Chair.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Randall Sakamoto, and with me today is my colleague, Brett Tobin. Thank you for allowing us to make our presentation today. We represent Mahi Solar LLC, an affiliate of Long Road Development Company in this special use permit application. Also in attendance online today are Mr. Darren Lawrence and Ren Westcoat of Mahi Solar LLC, as well as Ms. Tracy Camuso and Kavika McKeague of G70. Chair, if I may, I have a short slide presentation I would like to use, if that's acceptable.
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to use the share screen function now.
Okay, give it your best shot.
Okay, thank you. Let's see.
There we go.
Okay, I'm sorry, just 1 second. Okay. All right. The Mahi Solar project requires approval of a special use permit to allow development of solar energy facilities on state designated agricultural lands. Since the project will be built on lands designated as agricultural and have a Land Study Bureau or LSB rating of B and C soils, approval of a special use permit is required to be reviewed by the City Department of Planning and Permitting and by the County Planning Commission. On July 29, 2021, the Planning Commission issued a decision and order approving Mahi Solar's application. Because the project is greater than 15 acres, we are here before you today to respectfully request the approval of the State Land Use Commission to our application.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is Brett Tobin. The purpose of the project is to provide low-cost renewable energy in the form of solar electric power to Hawaiian Electric Company's existing power grid. This 620-acre project is projected to generate a total of 120 megawatts of energy, which is enough to power approximately 37,000 Oahu homes, or roughly 4% of the island's electricity annually. And the project is estimated to avert the consumption of over 11 million barrels of oil at the same time. As such, development of the project is a key component in moving the state forward toward achieving its Hawaii Clean Energy Initiative goal of being 100% renewable by 2045. As Mr. Black testified earlier, timing is critical as the AES coal-fired plant, which currently provides 12 to 16% of Oahu's power, will be going offline in September of next year.
The project currently consists of actively farmed areas, undeveloped and fallow agricultural land, overgrown natural vegetation, and structures associated with farming and business operations. After construction of the solar farm is completed, Mahi Solar will work with local farmers and ranchers to implement multiple different agricultural activities that will be co-located on the project. A portion of the project is also designated as agricultural lands, important agricultural lands, or IAL. Approximately 69.5 acres of the 620-acre project site is IAL. However, while these areas are not being actively farmed today, Mahi Solar is looking to farm this area with new agricultural uses and food production, thereby increasing the use of IAL on the project site.
Mahi Solar has conducted a considerable amount of community outreach in building this project, including holding well-attended virtual public meetings in July and October of 2020. A designated webpage was created to provide public information about the project and Mahi Solar also shared information to be communicated on the websites of Hawaiian Electric and the State Energy Office. And to directly address the issues raised by Ms. Poe, presentations were made to the Mililani Waipio Melemanu Community Board, our neighborhood board rather, the Kapolei Makakilo Neighborhood Board, and the Waipahu Neighborhood Board, as well as to the Royal Kumia Community Association and to landowners in the Kumia Lower Ridge farmlands. Mahi Solar has also conducted extensive outreach with local residents, government officials, and key community stakeholders through presentations to individuals and groups, as well as one-on-one interviews with cultural practitioners from the region.
With respect to state and county agencies, Mahi Solar has held online meetings with the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, the State Historic Preservation Division, the State Energy Office, the State Department of Agriculture, and the City and County of Honolulu Department of Planning and Permitting. Mahi Solar has also met more than once with the State Office of Planning and Sustainable Development, including our most recent meeting just last week on August 31st. On that note, we received a copy of OPSD's position statement, wherein they recommended 3 additional conditions should this commission be inclined to approve our application. And I'm pleased to say that we are in agreement with OPSD's recommended conditions.
Mahi Solar is requesting that the special use permit have a term of 39 years, which is based upon a term of 3 years of construction, 25 years of operation, 10 years for a possible extension, and then an additional 12 months of decommissioning. With respect to decommissioning, a plan is attached to the special use permit application as Appendix 1. The plan outlines Mahi Solar's obligation and commitment to complete the decommissioning by removing all of the PV panels, racks, foundational piles, and underground collector lines following the useful life of those components. The decommissioning is expected to cost approximately $5 million, and Mahi Solar will post financial security in the form of a bond, a letter of credit, or similar instrument in favor of the landowners to ensure that sufficient funds will be available in the unlikely event Mahi Solar is unable to complete the decommissioning on its own.
That concludes our presentation this morning. We would be happy to answer any questions that the commission may have. In addition to our team members from Mahi Solar and G70, we also have with us online today several of our expert consultants in the areas of archaeology, culture, glare, and construction. We also have, I believe, several of the landowners whose properties we will be leasing as part of this project. That's all I have today. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. And it's 9:50 a.m. So I'm going to call for a 10-minute recess. We will resume at 10 o'clock on the button for questions for you, Mr. Sakamoto. Thank you very much. We're in recess. Yeah. 10 a.m. Let's resume. We've received the presentation from the applicant. Questions from the commissioner. Questions from the commissioners for the applicant.
Commissioners first for the applicant.
That's what I said.
Yeah, okay. 1 second.
So, do you have questions? Any questions, Commissioner Giovanni?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sakamoto, for your presentation. I especially appreciate the brevity of it and it on point. I have a couple of questions, starting with the power purchase agreement. Can you confirm the status of that power purchase agreement? Has it been, it's been approved and it's unappealable by the PUC?
Yes, it has been approved as far as I know. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yes, it has been approved.
Is it
I'm sorry, I do not know off the top of my head what the appeal period is, but my client is telling me now that the appeal period has passed.
That's my expectation as well. Can you confirm if the term of the project that's approved per the term of the power purchase agreement? I think you said it was 5 years.
Yes. So I believe it's 25 years.
So this power purchase this project was selected through a competitive process for utility scale projects by the Hawaiian Electric Company, and that competitive process required projects of a term of 20 to 25 years. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And does this power purchase agreement have an evergreen clause for extension or renewable, or is your expectation that you would have to participate in a future competitive process to get an extension?
My understanding is it's extendable by mutual agreement.
It is? That would be unusual. Can you confirm that?
I would be happy to confirm it. Yes.
Is it your intention to, if you do seek an extension, to only limit that to 10 years?
The permit that we're seeking is for 39 years, which would only allow a 10-year extension of the 25 years.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, my concern is the following. Let me give you a little perspective. Using these important agricultural lands or any agricultural lands for solar projects that have a limited term, we're very interested, the commission is very interested that the land be returned to active agriculture should the solar project terminate. And having an open-ended 10-year period with uncertainty about whether it's going to be extended or not, and will that agriculture come. What we don't want is a dinosaur sitting on the property for 10 years where there's no solar and there's no agriculture. So the way the commission has addressed these for other projects is that it's conditioned an extension based off the project developer securing an extension to the PPA. And typically that's through another competitive process. And what we've heard from other developers is that it all works best if it's another 20 to 25 years. So I don't want to get into a situation where this whole matter has to come back to the LUC because you want an extension of 20 years and you only have for 10, or vice versa. You don't get an extension and yet the land's not tied up. So we're trying to facilitate termination conditions on the end of these permits that is consistent with how we expect the projects to unfold. Do you have a comment on that?
My initial reaction to that is that the permit that was approved, that was applied for and approved by the City and County of Honolulu Planning Commission was for 25 years, but with only the possibility of a 10-year extension. So it contemplated 39 years total when you added in the construction period at the front end and the decommissioning process at the back end. So the approval that we have right now wouldn't allow us to go beyond the 10-year extension, if that was what you're asking.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where this 10-year came from because I've never heard of it before. It sounds like it's coming from the county planning permit. Is that right?
We had requested the 10-year extension possibility and the County Planning Commission approved it. My assumption is that that is probably based on the useful life of these projects, beyond the 25 years. And as you say, the technology that is being utilized, at that point, the project, I don't know that it would perform at the same level beyond 35 years that it's expected.
What typically happens is that the panels or the batteries are augmented. That's the conventional term by which the underperforming portions are replaced with new and better. So they basically can be designed and operated for an indefinite life. So is your project developer there as part of your team today? Can they address this from their perspective?
Yes, they are with us, and if you wish, they would be more than happy to respond to this question directly.
Yeah, I'd like them to respond directly to their view and their plans for extension, because at the pricing, we've heard from other developers that without extensions, the overall financial aspects of the project are in question. So extensions are often sought. So we like to understand their project philosophy and their vision for this project beyond the 25-year term.
Understood.
Who should be responding to that question, Mr. Sakamoto?
Mr. Ren Westcote, Chair.
Okay, and he has his hand raised. Thank you, Ren. You've been promoted to be a panelist. When you are in, if you would enable your audio and video, I will swear you in. Aloha.
Hello, Chair.
Good morning.
Aloha, Commissioners.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Okay. Did you hear the question from Commissioner Giovanni?
Repeat it. Yeah, aloha, Rand. Good to see you again.
Aloha again.
Can you share with us, Rand, kind of your long-term vision for this project beyond the guaranteed term of the existing PPA?
Absolutely. As you're aware, Hawaiian Electric provides contracts for a 25-year term. That's really the longest term. Typically, the solar equipment, PV, the solar panels themselves are designed to have about a 35-year lifetime. Some more, some less, but that's sort of the design life. So projects are usually financed over a term of 35 years. And the way that goes back to the PPA is, while there's not an evergreen clause or like a clause in there that says we can optionally have a 10-year extension, the thinking, the sort of the consensus thinking in the industry is that the projects, we can seek an extension if, assuming the project is still productive. So what we would do is go back to Hawaiian Electric and work on a mutual agreement to seek an extension of the project. It's not, we're still, all these contracts are really early, so they haven't really come up to that. Some of the older wind projects are going to be facing this soon, where they can still go for another 5 years. So they're going to, seek extensions. We would plan to do the same thing. Again, that's, this is really just sort of that is the plan for the project. There's not a specific term in the PPA. But as soon as the power purchase agreement ends, the project's no longer productive and the contract is over, we have only 12 months to decommission everything. So we have to remove everything in the project required by the power purchase agreement as soon as it's done. So the plan would be, and our leases do the same thing. So as soon as we're done, the project is no longer productive, we have to remove everything.
So a couple of points there I just want to confirm, and what you said is consistent with my understanding and perspective, so thank you for that. So if the PPA is not extended, but yet you have 12 to 15 years left on the permit, what you described was you are obligated to do the decommissioning within 12 months or so of the PPA ending, and you cannot wait until the end of the latter part of the permit that we might grant. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
And Mr. Sakamoto said that his understanding was the PPA had an explicit provision for mutual consideration or negotiation of an extension. Is that sounds a little different than what you said?
Yeah, I don't know. This was my quick text to him while trying to answer your question. So no, the PPA doesn't have a specific provision that specifies this is how an extension would be done. We would just seek an extension and seek a mutual agreement and propose an extension that would have to be approved by the commission.
Correct, and that would be you would be seeking a bilateral negotiation as opposed to.
That's correct. A competitive process, right? yeah, it would be a bilateral, proposing a bilateral extension as opposed to another competitive process.
So if the bilateral negotiation is declined, and I've seen many of them declined, because they want to still subject it to a competitive process, and you're obligated to go again for another 20 years plus competitive process. Do you envision that this project could be configured to extend 20 years, possibly?
I don't know the life of the panels. My gut instinct would say probably not. But yeah, I would think probably not.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Ren. Good to see you. I have no further questions on that part of it.
Thank you, Dan.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Giovanni. Any further questions at this time for the applicant?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Chang, followed by Commissioner Cabral.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Sakamoto. I just have a couple of questions. And thank you for clarifying that presentations were actually made by Mahi Solar. I apologize. I think I might have referred to you as Mahi Pono, but Mahi Solar. So could you you confirm that presentations were made? Were any actions taken by the neighborhood boards to either support, oppose, or no actions were taken?
Commissioner Chang, if you are okay with this, I would like to ask Mr. Westcott to answer that question. He actually made the presentations to the neighborhood boards. He was personally present, so I think he can answer that directly, if that's all right.
Yes, that's fine.
Aloha, Commissioner Chang.
Nice to see you too, Ren. Aloha.
Nice to see you. I did make presentations a couple of times to the Mililani Neighborhood Board, also to the Waipahu Neighborhood Board and the Kapolei Makakilo Neighborhood Board. None of the boards took action. There were some questions that I responded to about just in general impacts to the project, and but no actions were taken.
Okay. And the questions that were raised, you were able to either address them or to their satisfaction?
I believe so. They were all answered during the meetings.
All right. I appreciate that. Thank you. And I will leave this, whether it's you, Ren, or Mr. Sakamoto. We heard testimony from Shar, who talked about, disproportionately these communities are being impacted by these large projects. Were there considerations, or are there any kind of community benefits that are being provided to this community or the surrounding area, given the size and the nature of this project?
Yes, we have extensive conversations with folks in the community. With each project that we do, our approach is there's not one solution that fits everybody. Each community has their own concerns. So in the Kunia community, by and large, and this I'm speaking very broadly, in the Kunia corridor, most of the concerns were about agriculture. This is an agricultural area. A lot of farmers and their families live here, and they wanted to ensure that agricultural work was going to continue. And so what we have, so the community benefits from this project include support for agriculture to continue much of what we're talking about today in different ways on the solar project, so that different types of farming can be pursued that are compatible with solar, and that was most people's concerns were that could still continue on the land. And then we've also we provide support to we're contracting with HARC to do research on the agriculture program, and then also supporting the Hawai'i Ag Foundation.
Very good, thank you. And I appreciate that Mahi Solar customizes the community benefits for that particular community, as you're absolutely correct, not one size fits all. Let me ask you, with respect to continuing the agriculture so that it can coexist with the solar project, what kinds of, well, have you entered into any kind of an agreement with potential farmers to continue to farm on this land with the solar?
So far, we have not entered into any agreements. We have 4 or 5 farmers that have already expressed interest in different types of projects on the property. We're waiting before we start those agreements. A few things need to happen. We need to, receive permits like this. We need to ensure that the project's going to get built. We want to also, everyone's very interested in the research that HARC is doing at an existing solar farm to find out what works well in Hawaii, including, and they're going to be testing hydroponic lettuce. They're going to be testing several different crops that grow under existing solar panels to find out, as Stevie Whalen said, what works here. And so all of those components are going to precede so that everyone's sort of educated before we have agreements signed. But that's the intention, is eventually to sign agreements with farmers for the different sections of the solar project.
Can you briefly describe some of, you said no agreements, but you've had some conversations. What kinds of proposed agricultural use have you had conversations on?
Farmers are interested in doing several different types of agricultural projects, including sweet potato, and envision the solar panels, right? Just sort of practically, you want something that's going to grow well in partial sun, not full, doesn't need full sun. And then also things that aren't going to grow too tall that would shade the panels, like corn or something like that. So these include, farmers are interested in trying growing sweet potatoes, lettuce, mint, basil, alfalfa, and legumes as a high nutritious cattle feed or for livestock feed, as well as some livestock. Our goal is to, with this whole project, is to move beyond the previous projects where sheep were planned, and that those are doing very well, but we want to move further on this project and do more types of agriculture, including farming. Also in the photo I've not too subtly put up behind me, we're also looking at sections of flowering plants to really pollinator-friendly plants so that we can have honey production. So that's another interest.
No, I appreciate that. You got my attention with the flowers in the background. I was hoping you were continuing to explore that. Now, what is, when you design the panels, did you take into consideration the coexistent use so that it is feasible for agricultural production to occur underneath the panels?
We did. The panels are spaced so that small farm equipment can be used between the panels, not the really big stuff, but small equipment. And then we've also are talking with farmers, brought them out to existing solar farms to look at what happens. So these panels are tracking, so they move throughout the day. So if you imagine a long table that sort of turns at an angle, say 45 degrees in the morning facing east, so the farmers can work on one side of the panels, and then in the evening facing west, so they can work on the other side. So those are things we've talked with farmers about to make sure that it's workable. And again, it's not for everything. This is not like a wide open field, right? There has to be some considerations. But several farmers already have indicated an interest, and we think with the incentive of the sort of the cheap land and the cheap water, that we're going to get incentivize more farmers to work on this project.
I appreciate the thoughtful considerations and the outreach that you've done. With respect to the infrastructure, are you providing will you have sufficient water for the farmers?
Yes, we'll be providing water, both the water and land, at a very nominal cost, so that there will be adequate water for farmers depending on what they want to farm.
That's excellent. And I know for a lot of farmers, having storage facilities, refrigerated storage facilities, cleaning facilities, will you guys consider working with them on providing those kinds of infrastructures on the property if requested?
So far, we've only talked about water, fencing, for security. That's also a big concern. Farmers lose a lot of equipment that walks off. So that's a big concern. So all these areas will be fenced. They'll have, the roads will all be improved. So we'll use existing farm roads and plus some additional roads to access within the fenced areas. We haven't discussed yet refrigeration facilities or other types of things, but we're planning to provide some startup funding for farmers so that they can purchase equipment.
I'm very confident that Mahi Solar, you've invested a lot of time to work with these farmers, that you'll make the right decisions on that. And I appreciate the decommissioning, and that you guys are proactively, you have accepted that, and you are providing a source of funding for that, or committing to providing funds. Final question. Are you on this project, are you displacing any existing farmers?
On some of the property, so the answer is yes. Some of the property will be converted from, so about approximately, as you may have seen in the slides, about 50% of the land is being farmed and about 50% is not. So on the 50% that is, most of that is seed corn. So there won't be any more seed corn. On the remaining section, which is sort of diversified agriculture, we will be installing PV in areas where there's some diversified agriculture. So those same farmers have asked if they can continue to do some of the sweet potato and the mint and the basil under the solar project. So temporarily during construction, but then the whole area that's used for the solar farm will eventually be used for farming of one kind or another.
Okay, so as based upon what you're saying is that the farmers that are doing diversified ag currently on the property, you are trying to accommodate them both during the construction as well as long-term once the solar panels are. All right, that's excellent. Thank you so much, Ren. I greatly appreciate your responses, as that's been very helpful. Mahalo.
Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, further questions for the applicant at this time? Commissioner Wong, Cabral, followed by Wong.
Yes, thank you. And this would be for Mr. Westcott. Since so much of the success of this entire project really, or the greater success of it, is going to be hinged on the number of years that you can maximize in productivity, which also, of course, has to do a lot with the less amount of maintenance or problems that you might have along the way. Allows for more years of even marginal productivity towards the later years. In your design and the way that you construct these, especially since don't manage any that have that pivot like you're discussing, when you're wiring, all your under the panel wiring and that, is that going to all be placed in conduits? Is it set up to do that? Or is that just all like a direct bearing kind of lines that the wiring goes from panel to panel? Or is it all going to be protected in a conduit in the construction design?
I believe most of it will be direct bury, but some will be in conduit.
Okay. I have several panels, large buildings in Hilo, some of which are oceanfront. I'm going to tell you, identical situations, everything's identical except those that are direct wiring without the conduits are already at age 12 years having problems, where the other ones are not. And that's the only thing that it's differential, is that wiring. And so it's impacting obviously a protection, because one panel never goes out. It's a whole bank of them when something goes wrong. So you might want to really look at that, because doing that after the fact is a whole lot harder. Anyway, just question, advice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm writing that down right now.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Cabral. Commissioner Wong.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Westcott, real fast question about the battery that you're gonna also put up the BESS. Will it also have a fencing around the BESS itself as a separate fencing system, or will it have, just as a whole? How would it be set up?
Yes, the BESS, the battery energy storage system, nicknamed the BESS, will have its own fence around the BESS facility. It will also include the, that I believe the one fence goes around the BESS facility and the substation. So I believe those two will be contained in one fence. And because that's high voltage, I believe there's going to be, yeah, I believe that fence is maybe 8 feet tall.
Yeah, I just was worried, because if I was a kid, I would jump over something and try to play around or something. But yeah, but thank you for the answer. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioners, further questions for the applicant at this time? I apologize. I have 5 questions for you, some of which have sub-questions. So I'll address these to Mr. Sakamoto, and you can decide who should respond to these. The first of my questions has to do with my awareness that some of the water provided to this property comes from the Waiahole ditch. And in the original Waiahole ditch case, which, I'm one of those people with that PhD, and I wrote my dissertation about the Waiahole ditch case, the landowners at the time were arguing that they absolutely needed as much water as possible to continue to be able to farm this land. And now we're seeing this land converted to some other uses, albeit with what is proposed to have complementary agricultural uses. Is there anything in your information that you've provided to the Planning Commission that looks at whether the water allocation needs have changed? And if so, whether there is a reduced need for water because of the change in use, and how that would be then communicated to the State Water Commission in its need to balance off-stream and on-stream uses?
Thank you, Chair. I think Mr. Westcoat of our team probably could answer that question best for you.
Aloha, Chair. Thank you for the question. We are planning to use, so we're planning to use primarily water from the Kunia Water Association. So we haven't done any further research of using Waiahole ditch water. We are we have not done any further calculations based on planned uses because we still aren't exactly sure which areas or how many acres are going to be in which type of production. So we have not done that.
Okay, so my concern is that, at one point, 20 years ago, landowners said, no, we need all this water. And indeed, most of the water is then awarded. And now it's like, oh, we're changing it, but we're not sure exactly what we're going to use. Commitments were made at the time the water allocations were made to secure that water, that this was necessary for long-term successful agriculture on these lands. So I'll leave with that. I have these concerns. My next question 2 of the 5 has to do with important agricultural lands. And again, I'll turn to you, Mr. Sakamoto. And I have 3 parts to this. The first part is certain of these panels, according to your application, are going to be located on lands that this commission has previously designated by landowner petition as important agricultural lands. When landowners come to us for the designation of IAL, they often come in with a request to designate 51% of their lands so that they are then ineligible to have further lands put into IAL by the counties. Will the fact that now for a very long period of time, albeit temporary, these lands will not be under the uses which IAL envisions, does this going to affect any calculation of what percentage of lands each landowner has under IAL, and whether or not the counties would be therefore able to designate or propose further designation of IAL lands on these landowners' lands?
I think
long
the answer,
question.
Yeah, that's a long question, but I think your question, Chair, it sounds like it's premised upon the assumption that the use of these lands for a solar facility would preclude the co-use of the lands for agriculture, because you said that it would not be consistent with IAL contemplated uses. Did I misunderstand you?
No, that's correct. And at least in my now going on 8th and final year of the commission, I've never heard an IAL application come to us saying, by the way, what we're actually planning to do on these IAL lands is a solar farm. You know, we never get pictures of solar farms. We get pictures of crops, and, you know, cattle. So it's not what was envisioned.
I think that the answer to that, the first special use permit that I worked on with Mr. Westcote was about 6 years ago. It was in on the North Shore, and actually most of that land was IAL already, you know, from the very start. And the approval was given for the permit based upon the fact that there was going to be legitimate agricultural use of the property. So the existence or the fact that it was IAL did not preclude the Planning Commission from approving it, or then the State Land Use Commission. And they did it based upon the bona fides of agricultural plan that at that time, 6 years ago, involved the grazing of sheep. And there was a backup plan that we were required to have in case that plan didn't work, where we would have a bee, it was a honeybee production operation. But I guess my point is, I don't think that the solar panels, I mean, that basically is to me, one of the big benefits of this Mahi solar project is that we think that we can find a way for the agricultural use of the land, including food production, to coexist with the panels. So I don't think that our uses are going to be inconsistent, and quite the contrary, I think they will be exactly consistent with the IAL intent.
So you would agree that nobody's ever come to us with an IAL proposal, to your knowledge, that said, by the way, what we're going to do here is a PV farm?
Well, we did that, I mean, 6 years ago, and it was a solar energy facility of about 300 acres. And
at the point at seeking IAL designation.
I'm sorry, at the point
when landowners have come to us seeking IAL designation, have they said, by the way, what we're really doing on this IAL is a photovoltaic farm?
In that case, it was already IAL designated.
That's what I'm saying at the point of seeking designation as IAL.
Yes, and so my understanding is on this property, the 69.5 acres that is in IAL was pursuant to separate IAL petitions that were, you know, voluntarily filed by the landowners. And there are also additional lands that are being considered by the city at this point in their IAL process to, you know, also add on as IAL lands, but those are not under, you know, any voluntary application.
Right. So part of my question, and I'll just leave it out there for now, is that at least in some of these cases, if I recall correctly, the amount of land each landowner set aside as IAL precluded the city from further designating. And so my question is, if this land is now under PVs, should that change the designation? You mentioned the pending county docket. This is a question, but it perhaps is more of a comment. But we had at least one full day of testimony, 8 hours, from individual small landowners concerned about the impact on their proposed uses. And they were feeling that their proposed uses, if designated as IL, would preclude them from using their lands. Yet here we're going to potentially allow a PV project to be used on their lands. Do you believe that this raises any issues of at least perceptions of equity for small landowners on Oahu? The equity of the IL process?
Well, I guess two things. First of all, I can't speak for the landowners themselves because I represent just the lessee of the land who has a temporary use of this property. But I think that our commitment to the agricultural use of the property is, I think, a fundamental part of the LUC's approval. In other words, you are going, if you do choose to approve it, it would be based on the fact that we have made this commitment to the commission to pursue this agricultural plan. So it isn't as if you're approving it with no agricultural component at all, and just solely as a solar farm.
Thank you. That transitions perfectly to the third and final part of my second question on IAL. Would you respond to the testimony from Mr. Clay, suggesting, if I understood him correctly, that we should condition our approval on actual success rather than promises to move towards success, to paraphrase him?
I'm not sure I understood what was being proposed. Actual success.
I mean, if I understood what Mr. Clay was testifying to, and there is a distinct possibility I did not, but I believe he was suggesting that the LUC should not just say, hey, we want to do these things, but actually should condition our approval somehow on demonstrated success on a year-to-year basis. So we can start with, did I misunderstand Mr. Clay according to your understanding?
I think that probably is consistent with what I heard him say. My reaction to that is, the commission, as do all of us, need to follow the law. And I think that the proposal that the project that we're putting forth complies with the law. The law requires us to make available the land for farmers to lease at no more than 50% of the market lease rent, which we are doing. We are going beyond that to offer, as Mr. Westcoat said, water at a discounted rate. We're providing security for the farmers, which they would not otherwise have, because this property will be entirely fenced in. The roadway network will be also something that the farmers can benefit from. So I feel like, the project is doing what is required by the law. And then we're doing more on top of that. So that's all I can say.
Okay, it's not a direct response, I suppose, to Mr. Clay's suggestions, but thank you. So third question has to do with cultural resources and the cultural resources report appended to your application. Specifically, there was an interview with Mr. McD Philpotts, and in his interview, he discussed the significance of sightlines from Mauna Kapu used in navigation, among other matters. Was there somewhere in the application an analysis of the visual impact related to sightlines or glare on these cultural uses of viewing from Mauna Kapu?
We have two people that I think are in attendance, and I'm going to look for some guidance from my client. One is we have Ms. Lokelani Brandt, who prepared the cultural impact analysis. Is that what you're referring to, Chair?
Correct, it is.
Okay, she may be able to address that. Also, Mr. Kavika McKeague from G70 is available. I'm not sure which of the two had the direct communication with.
So just let me make sure you understand my question.
Yes.
In the cultural impact analysis, which I consider to be a very good report, there was an interview with McD Philpotts, who discussed the cultural significance of sightlines to the east from Pu'ukapu, Mauna Kapu, for navigational purposes. There's also a glare analysis. Yes. But is there anywhere in the report that interlaces these two things? Any of the materials that you've provided to us?
Yes, I would like, we have a view analysis, we have a glare analysis, we have a cultural impact analysis, but I'm not aware of one that intersects the view analysis with the cultural impact analysis.
So are we able to know whether or not the stated concerns of Mr. Philpotts of the significance of the views from Mauna Kapu will be impacted by the project?
I don't know. I would ask if you could perhaps call up Mr. McKeague.
Mr. McKeague would raise his hand.
Hey, aloha mai kākou.
Hawai'i Kavika. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth?
Ho'ohiki pa'a. Aye.
Okay. Did you hear the dialogue between myself and Mr. Sakamoto and the
Yes.
question that I've raised?
So I'll answer in two parts. One to your emphatic answer to your question. Do we interlace the two specific items? I believe the correct answer is no. The second point, though, is early on in our design process, as part of our early concept and understanding of our site to this Vahi, very early on, we did integrate not just views that are required from the community development plans, but as you're aware with my testimony as a cultural practitioner, as well as a planner, understanding those perspectives, ancestral perspectives from certain key viewpoints was part of our early analysis. So to be very specific, we did consider early on what the project would look like or feel like when taking into consideration from, for example, Pu Kanehoa, Pu Kaua, Mauna Kaupu, Pohakea Pass, so on and so forth. Basically running the various pu'u points along the Waianae range and wherein we could actually see the project and try and make some early determinations. Is there a concern?
So do you believe that there could be, or the project is designed in a manner to not impact the views that Mr. Philpotts raised?
I was part of that conversation with Mr. Philpotts. I understand his concern. My answer as a practitioner and as a planner is I believe our design tries to incorporate that concern, and as far as I can understand it, does not create an impact on those views.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Down to two, the fourth one might also be for Mr. McCaig, but could you just briefly describe any consultation done with the National Park Service regarding the pending Honouliuli Memorial? I'm not going to get this name right, but the internment site that's undergoing to National Park Service status.
I may actually pass that back to Mr. Westcoat, as he had the direct contact, I believe.
Yes, Chair, I did, Ren Westcoat, I did have discussions with staff from the National Park Service. They were interested in learning about the solar project, and their only concern was that they just be kept in the loop. And they said, potentially if they can see the solar project from where they're located, that, if that became a concern in the future, I offered to, they said they didn't know if it was a concern, but I shared maps of the project, and we offered to install some vegetative screening around the fences just to make the project look less like a fence. So they were appreciative of that, but they didn't have any particular additional concerns, just asked for if we wouldn't mind sharing reports and other information as we developed it for the project.
Okay, so there was a request to potentially mitigate visual impacts in the future if those arose?
Correct.
Is that commitment to do so part of your official record on this? Or is that commitment essentially being made now?
I believe we are incorporating that in our design for I know we're incorporating in our design. I don't know if it's one of the conditions that was listed in the approval by the Planning Commission. May have been.
I just think because
Sakamoto?
Mr. Sakamoto, anything further to add?
No, but we did submit like I said, a view study. There's also a landscaping plan that is part of the record, Chair. And I think that the landscaping plan was very carefully thought out in order to mitigate the visual impacts. This is a very low profile project. This is not, a tower of any kind. These panels are, 10 feet high. They're very low to the ground. The land is relatively, flat, and in areas where it might be visible, there are berms. We're putting landscaping on top of the berms to further mitigate any kind of visual impact that you won't see them as you're driving by. And so I think a lot of thought has gone into trying to be sensitive to visual impacts of this project.
Okay. But I was just specifically, I think just because it's not fully established yet, many of us don't always immediately bring to mind the national park site at Honouliuli, but the landowner here has been very cooperative, one of the landowners, to help establish that will address that chapter of our country's history. My last and fifth and final question, and it's a broad question, but I'd like you to give it a really thorough answer if possible, Mr. Sakamoto. Who will profit from this project? I know that ratepayers are going to get some things, but who in the end is making the money from this project over its lifetime?
Well, I mean, obviously the benefits are many, and I think there's many people involved that will be very happy that this project goes forward. Of course, Mahi Solar, as the applicant, would not be doing this, but for the fact that it would be profitable. But the landowners involved are going to get the lease rent from Mahi Solar. The farming community will have opportunities that they do not now have. The people that are in the
I'm really talking about financial profit. So I realize there are many benefits for this. Can you describe the ownership of Mahi Solar, the ultimate ownership of Mahi Solar?
I would like to defer to Mr. Westcote, who is part of Long Road Development, to answer that question.
Aloha, Ren Westcote. Long Road, so Mahi Solar LLC is the project, the applicant, and Mahi Solar LLC is owned by Long Road Energy Management. Ultimately, there's a few LLCs in between, but ultimately owned by Long Road Energy Management.
Okay, and who owns Long Road Energy Management?
There are, I believe it is owned by, there are two, the majority of ownership is by two funds. The two private New Zealand Superannuation Fund is one of the owners of Long Road Energy, as well as another fund, I think it's called Infertil. And then another portion is owned by New Zealand Infertil. And then another portion is owned by the founders of Long Road Energy, which are the previous executives and owners of First Wind.
Thank you. I think it's just important for the people of Hawaii to understand where the money's gone from our pockets ultimately. So I have nothing further. Commissioners, do you have anything further for the applicants? If not, we are at 10:50 on the button, so we could take another 10-minute break, reconvene at 11 a.m. to hear comments from Office of Planning and Sustainable Development. We'll go into recess for 10 minutes. Mahalo. We are awaiting the return of Commissioner Cabral.
Better call her. Online.
She's indisposed.
You want to call her?
No, she's on her way back. She said she had to run off. I got a text towards the end of the break.
Chair, it's a Starbucks run. I think that's it.
We will keep going when we're rejoined by Commissioner Cabral. Apologize for the delay. Now you could call Commissioner Cabral.
Thank you.
Mr. Yamamoto, if you would. Oh, I can see you. You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth?
I do.
Okay, please proceed, Mr. Yamamoto.
I'm Earl Yamamoto, Department of Agriculture planner, presenting the testimony as soon as I can call it up for the Department of Agriculture. We sent this last week. I'm sure you all have a copy of it. I'll quickly go over it. Starting with our concluding statement. The Department of Agriculture strongly supports Mahi Solar to fulfill its commitments and assertions and go beyond the minimum statutory requirement of making the project site available for agricultural activities at a lease rate that is at least 50% below the fair market value for comparable properties. The department believes that research alone is not a satisfactory outcome, nor is sheep used for weed control, only used for weed control. The majority of the land area under the project site contains some of the state's most potentially productive soils for intensive agricultural production. The department expects the research to be done by the Hawaii Agriculture Research Center, along with the field trials with interested farmers, to result in intensive agricultural activity on the project site. That's our conclusion. And then we went through, highlighted a number of things that were presented in our letter to the Department of Planning, to the City Planning Commission. With respect to irrigation water, the department strongly recommends that data and information on maximum water demand, sources, storage, pumping, delivery, and year-round availability to all 5 project areas be developed prior to phase 2 of the agricultural plan described in Appendix C. Further, this data and information should be provided to agricultural operators interested in the project site or specific project areas for agricultural production, including livestock, hydroponic, and aquaponic uses. The next item, solar panel coverage by project area. There will be a net area of 147 acres of solar panel coverage on a project site of 620 acres, if I'm not mistaken. The agricultural plan research and field testing should include the soft hose irrigation system. That's something that you can wind up on a reel versus something that's hard like PVC. So the soft hose irrigation system being proposed for future agricultural activities that may occur under and adjacent to the solar panel arrays. Fencing. Fencing is important to discourage trespassing and crop or animal theft, and to keep livestock from dislocation. The extent and type of fencing and gating to be in place prior to full operation of the solar energy facility should reflect the needs of the anticipated agricultural activities and not just providing security for the solar energy facility. The next item is Mahi Solar Agricultural Plan. The proposed agricultural plan would utilize 620 of the 610 acres of the 620 acre project site. Of the 610 acres, about 489 acres will be cultivated in crops and used for livestock grazing and beekeeping. We note that livestock grazing and crop cultivation are not compatible in the same area if they are not effectively separated. The aforementioned proposed fencing can contain livestock under the solar panels to do weed control, but that would likely preclude the cultivation of in-ground crops within the same area. As noted earlier, irrigation water in sufficient quantity and availability on demand is fundamental to any crop or livestock operation. There is scant mention of irrigation water and no mention of water for livestock in the application and Appendix C, otherwise known as the agricultural plan, although water infrastructure is planned for all project areas. The agricultural plan has 3 phases. Phase 1 is 2 years of research to be done by the Hawaii Ag Research Center that will include field trials of identified crops at the Clearway Solar facility that's built and located just south of Mililani Town. Conventional and hydroponic cultivation will be used for crops such as lettuce, basil, and alfalfa and other legumes and grasses for livestock forage. The field trials are to determine what crops can be productively grown with what practices under and between solar panels. Phase 2 occurs after Mahi Solar is in operation. Mahi Solar will make available 610 of the 620-acre project site to local farmers to grow agricultural products at commercial scale. Department staff finds this phase confusing as the application further states that Mahi Solar will coordinate with local farmers and ranchers, along with HARC and local experts to propose agrivoltaic projects that they believe will be successful. This differs considerably from the description of phase 2 further on in the application. The difference being as follows. As each new agricultural use is tested at the project site in research trials or grown in the solar fields by farmers, HARC and Mahi Solar will gather data and evaluate the results. This will help farmers and ranchers learn and modify their work in an iterative process. Similarly, the linkage between phases 1 and 2 is made in the agricultural plan, where land and water will be provided to farmers and ranchers to grow out these crops identified in phase 1 at commercial scale. This is more in line with the description of phase 2 in the agricultural plan. Mahi Solar needs to make consistent its intention to link the research in phase 1 and its application by farmers and ranchers in phase 2. Phase 3 is the sharing of data on agrivoltaic farming. The Department of Agriculture supports proof of concept as the best way to determine the suitability of the to be determined agricultural activities to be researched and field trialed by HARC and interested farming operations at the Clearway Mililani Solar Facility. Next item, proposed agricultural activities. There are about 41% or 250 acres of the 610 acres available for agricultural uses may be in direct edible commodities such as honey, vegetables, sweet potatoes, and hydroponic lettuce. About 121 acres will be in livestock grazing, presumably sheep, as cattle and goats are not mentioned. Oahu Grazers has expressed interest in using a few hundred acres of the project site as additional pasture land for their sheep and maybe calves. This operation already runs the sheep on the properties of existing solar energy facilities on Oahu. With respect to the market for sheep and lambs, the department understands that Oahu's primary livestock slaughter facility has expressed reluctance to offer services to hogs. The department is not aware that this reluctance also applies to that of sheep and lambs. The department recommends Oahu Grazers to confirm their agreement or agreements with their slaughter facilities. State law does not require the sale of sheep and lambs or the products of any compatible agricultural activity. However, it is the generation of revenue by agricultural operators selling their agricultural products such as vegetables, melons, fruits, honey, and so forth that will ensure continued agricultural activity under and adjacent to solar arrays. This is why the department focuses on the application's references and commitments to infrastructure, research, and field trials that affect agricultural operators and the establishment and continuation of the agricultural activities. The department has read the HARC Solar White Paper and has every confidence that this venerable Hawaii Agricultural Institution will follow through on their commitments to the best of their ability and produce data and information that will help those agricultural operators who are committed to the project site to become economically viable. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, Ms. Kato, how do you wish to proceed?
I can go ahead with my presentation unless you have any questions for Earl.
I'll offer the commissioners the opportunity to raise questions for Mr. Yamamoto before Ms. Kato continues. Mr. Okuda, Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Yamamoto. As an administrative agency, we must determine or judge the credibility of witnesses and the credibility of people that appear before us. In other words, as an administrative agency acting in our quasi-judicial capacity, in plain English, we basically have to determine, can we trust the people who are making promises and representations to us, or is there something that we shouldn't trust or we shouldn't have confidence? Have you dealt with the Mahi solar people? I mean, are you in a position to give us testimony about on the issue of credibility of the Mahi solar people?
On the credibility of the Mahi solar people.
Let me put it more in plain English. Is there anything in your experience, and I know you have years of experience in this area as a trusted government official, is there anything in your experience which leads you to believe that the representations or that the people that are giving this testimony today on behalf of Mahi Solar, that if we found they were credible witnesses, that we could believe them with the understanding life has no guarantees about anything in the future, but you know, if we made a finding that they are credible people, is there anything in your experience which indicate that finding would be wrong or clearly erroneous?
No, I have nothing that would indicate that as such.
Okay, I'm sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, we did meet with them. I believe during the days before, maybe just after the pandemic was declared. This is back in, I think, March. Correct me if I'm wrong. March in 2020. So some time ago, and the presentation back then is generally speaking, the content and direction they were going, especially with the research aspects, continue to this day. Our review, I guess, my review of the application, of course, is rather complete. I go over the entire documentation and ensure that all the statements that I have are in fact reflect or they're quotes from the materials that in our possession, and are not meant to question the credibility of the presentation or the people that put together the documentation. However, I'm sorry, we are very careful because this is a big project on the most in this Kunia corridor, which is extraordinarily important to Oahu's contribution, I guess, to increasing local food self-sufficiency. So that would explain our kind of nitpicking approach to this thing.
Yeah, and I'm not criticizing what you describe as nitpicky. In fact, I believe that indicates that you're a true dedicated public servant to carefully evaluate the evidence. And that's why I was just asking, you know, in addition to the words we hear, you know, if there was anything that you came across which indicated that maybe Mahi Solar is telling us good words, but it's going to be like promises that are not going to be kept, and not to put words in your mouth, but you have no evidence of them not being credible, correct?
Correct.
Okay, would you, taking away the double negatives, if you had to make a judgment based on all the years of public service you've had and the wide experience you have with the Department of Agriculture, would you find them as some of the more credible people you've ever dealt with in your career?
Complete. The work is complete. So if that could be construed to be credible, yes.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony and for your public service. Thank you, Mr. Chair. No further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Okuda. Commissioner Chang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Yamamoto. I greatly appreciate the thoroughness in your review of this application and all of the documents. I find your recommendations to be very sound and consistent with a lot of the concerns that have been raised. Would it raise your level of comfort and confidence? Because I think, this Mahi Solar has said a lot of the right things. They've done a lot of good work. I mean, I think their outreach, their cultural things that I'm concerned about, I've been very pleased with the documentation. But would it raise your level of comfort and confidence if Department of Ag also received the annual progress report of Mahi Solar's compliance with LUC's conditions?
Yes, it would be useful
Okay.
in terms of bird dogging this project going forward. Again, as explained to Commissioner Okuda, this is a very important project with respect to its location. Is the way that it's kind of spread out, which gives us concern as to whether or not this is will lead to more solar energy facility expansion adjacent to each one of these five areas.
And I appreciate that. I too share the concern that this is some of our most important agricultural lands, productive lands, that we are now going to be putting in this very large solar project. I am also encouraged by the creativity of Mahi Solar to explore greater collaboration with both the current farmers and other farmers, as well as your relationship with HARP. But the devil is always in the details, and it's always in the follow-up. So it's, normally the annual reports go to LUC and the Office of Planning. But I think it is important that Department of Ag also receive these annual reports so that you can ensure, the Department of Ag can ensure that the agricultural mission is also being implemented consistent with the conditions. So you have no objections to also being included as a recipient of the annual report?
No objection.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Yamamoto. I appreciate your testimony. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Any further questions for Mr. Yamamoto from the commissioners at this time? Seeing none, Ms. Kato, please continue.
Thank you, Chair. I'll begin. The Office of Planning and Sustainable Development recommends approval of this special permit, subject to conditions that will address the state's concern with respect to the project's possible impacts to archaeological and cultural resources. OPSD agrees that the proposed project meets the criteria for an unusual and reasonable use within the state agricultural land use district. Solar facilities are allowed outright on approximately a sixth of the project site and allowed with a special permit on the remainder, subject to certain requirements related to decommissioning and use in conjunction with compatible agricultural uses at reduced rates. The proposed project appears to meet those requirements. Additionally, OPSD recognizes the state interest in reducing dependence on fossil fuels and encouraging locally produced renewable energy. Regarding petitioner's archaeological inventory survey, SHPE's letter approving the AIS is not part of the official record received from the Planning Commission. As such, OPSD believes that under the Supreme Court's decision in Kapa'akai, Okaina v. Land Use Commission, the LUC should make a significance determination as to identified archaeological sites and needed mitigation measures prior to approving the special permit. And I understand that Kapa'akai involved a DBA and a statutory and constitutional obligations for the protection of cultural resources. Here, the process is a special permit and involves archaeological sites, but there's arguably a similar interest in archaeological sites such that the Kapa'akai analysis is relevant. So we feel that the LUC cannot defer a condition away the obligation to make such a determination. as to whether the Kapa'akai requirements have been met. OPSD believes that the AIS and its recommendations provide a sufficient basis for the LUC to make that determination and to identify the need and mitigation for this project. The AIS identifies 2 major sites that may be affected by the proposed development, portions of the Waiahole Ditch and Oahu Sugar Company irrigation infrastructure features. OPSD recommends that the LUC make a finding concurring with the assessment and recommendations of the AIS and impose conditions requiring petitioner to comply with those recommendations. And it's in our written submission, but specifically for the Waiahole Ditch avoidance and protection during development activities and for the irrigation infrastructure, petitioner must conduct archaeological monitoring during development activities and prepare an archaeological monitoring plan subject to acceptance by SHPD prior to ground disturbing activities. In addition, OPSD recommends a further condition with respect to the Waiahole Ditch in the following form. Petitioner and its successor shall maintain the surface and above ground areas of the easement of the Waiahole Ditch where it traverses the petition area and shall have non-exclusive access to such areas and not interrupt or impair delivery of Waiahole Ditch water during construction and operation of the project. Regarding the petitioner's cultural impact assessment, petitioner's consultant has identified the Po'akea Trail and native plant habitats located in or near the petition area as resources that may be affected by the project. The Po'akea Trail was mentioned as a valued cultural resource in several interviews that were conducted, and it was noted that access to the trail had been obstructed. OPSD recommends that the LUC impose a condition requiring the petitioner to comply with the recommendations of the CIA in the following form. As required by petitioner's Kapa'akai Okaina analysis to mitigate impacts to traditional and customary practices, petitioner shall consult with appropriate agencies and persons who have knowledge of the Po'akea Trail's historical location and possible status and incorporate consultation recommendations in its development plans. Petitioner shall also identify and avoid all native plant communities and their associated habitats. And as Mr. Sakamoto mentioned earlier, the petitioner is okay with these conditions, recommended conditions. Again, the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development recommends approval of the special permit for this project, provided the LUC make appropriate findings and conditions addressing the archaeological sites and cultural resources as part of its approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kato. Commissioners, questions for OPSD? Commissioner Cabral? No? I wasn't sure if you're in motion. Commissioner Chang? You're on mute.
Yeah, it's more of a comment. Ms. Kato, I greatly appreciate Office of Planning fully recognizing the application of Kapa'akai. In my view, it applies to all actions by the Land Use Commission, so long as we are permitting anybody's that potential use of property. So yes, I believe this is applicable in whether it's a DBA or special use permit, but I appreciate you taking the time to also look at that. So did you have any specific language that you would recommend?
For the first condition, not necessarily, but something similar to what we've proposed in our written submission.
All right, thank you very much.
Commissioners.
I have no further questions.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Chang. Commissioners, other questions for Ms. Kato? If seeing none, Ms. Kato, did the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development's consultation include consultation with the Commission on Water Resources Management?
I'm not sure, and I have to defer to my client as to whether they may have done that at an earlier stage.
This is regarding the questions I posed to the applicant. regarding whether there will be an impact or reduction specifically on demand on the Waiahole Ditch and diversions from Windward Oahu. Which of your clients will respond?
If possible, is Rodney there?
Is on the screen. Could you enable your video? Thank you, Mr. Funakoshi. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
Yes, thank you.
Did you hear the question?
Yes. Okay. Did we consult with the Commission on Water Resource Management? No, typically we don't do that in special permits. What we do is simply respond directly to the city's Department of Planning and Permitting as one of the referral agencies to their special permit process. So that is really our only review direction. So we did not specifically consult with them. So relative to the Waiahole Ditch, we simply acknowledge it's being overseen and administered and owned by the Agribusiness Development Corporation, and therefore wanted to assure that they have free and clear access for maintenance and whatever other improvements they need to the ditch, and to assure, of course, its continued viable use for water delivery.
Okay, but I guess, Mr. Funakoshi, do you recall the Waiahole Ditch case, the long-standing dispute between windward and leeward interests over allocation of windward water?
Vaguely.
Do you think that the diversion of water from streams for private commercial uses is a public trust concern of all state commissions and bodies?
Yes, no, absolutely it is.
So
but that was not specifically, we did not specifically even look at that or address it in this. I'm not sure that the application itself included any specific mention of even diversion of use of the Waiahole Ditch water.
In fact, it was notably absent from the application, but that doesn't mean that it's not a concern. So I guess I'm curious that I think we look to the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development for that large and long-term view, not application by application and issue by issue, but a sort of larger view of how all this history of various permits and government actions work together.
Okay, no, good point. But yes, relative to this project, we did not delve into the water resource issue.
Just because the state's obligation is to not sort of allow for the diversion of waters if they're not to be productively used. And if this action is going to result in a net decrease in the amount of water that is going to be used, which we don't have information either way, and then that's an interest of compelling state concern. I don't have anything further. Anything further for Ms. Kato or Office of Planning and Sustainable Development at this time? Oh, okay. There being none, we will, Mr. Sakamoto, you're raising your hand.
Yes, Chair, I apologize. I realize I'm speaking somewhat out of turn, but I believe when the discussion came up earlier about the Waiahole Ditch and Mr. Westcote was trying to respond to your questioning, I think he was clear that there would not be diversion of water from the Waiahole Ditch. So if that wasn't, I think we would like to try to make that clear at this point.
Is that clear in the record?
I don't know that we addressed this issue at the Planning Commission. I guess what I'm saying is it was brought up during your questioning earlier today.
Right, and the questioning in response to my questions Mr. Westcoat said that the water was coming from the Kunia. I will not get the name exactly right, but the Kunia water. What was it, Mr. Westcoat?
The water will be from the Kunia Water Association,
Right,
not
and
from the
so,
Wai'oli.
and what are the, well, okay, so what are the sources of water for the Kunia Water Association?
I would have to ask Stevie Whalen to weigh in on that. I believe she's the president, current president of the Water Association.
But we don't have information on the printed record submitted to us through the Planning Commission on either way, even though these waters have been, I mean, certainly they're traversed by the Wai'oli Ditch. Certainly they have at least historically been served by the Wai'oli Ditch. So what I was going to say, Mr. Sakamoto, was going to offer an opportunity for you to make any final statements and for the commissioners to ask any questions of you or of any of the other parties before we entered into deliberation. So in one sense, you weren't really out of turn. You just didn't give me a chance to give you that opportunity. Do you have any further things that you would like to raise at this time?
Nothing further, Chair, and I apologize again for cutting you off. I think that, as I mentioned earlier, we are in concurrence with the recommendations by the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development as it relates to their recommended conditions to be added to those that were established by the Honolulu Planning Commission. And otherwise, I think we have nothing further. Thank you very much.
Okay. Commissioners, before we enter into deliberations, are there any questions for any of the parties that have appeared in front of us? Sorry. Yeah, in any of the parties. Commissioners? Sorry, just to clarify, since you were here, Mr. Pang, was there anything from the county?
Nothing from the county,
Okay.
Mr. Chair. The county does support the recommendations from the Office of State Planning and Sustainability.
Okay. Okay. Commissioner Chang.
I'm sorry, just one question to the petitioner. I asked Mr. Yamamoto if it would raise his level of comfort if the annual report was also provided to the Department of Ag. Do you have any objections to that?
We have no objections to adding them to the list of circulation.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Anything further, commissioners? Okay, seeing none. Commissioners, everybody has been here for the entirety of this meeting. I don't need to affirm that anybody is ready to or is ready to deliberate because you're all here and you're all familiar with the record. What is your pleasure, commissioners? Commissioner Giovanni.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to make a motion, please.
Please proceed.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the petition for a special use permit as amended to include the conditions, I think there's 3 conditions offered up by the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development, and also including that the annual report would be copied to the Department of Agriculture.
Okay, is there a second? Commissioner Wong?
Chair, I'll second the motion.
Okay. Do you wish to speak to your motion, Commissioner Giovanni?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this is a very important project in terms of size, timing, impact for our community, particularly on Oahu, and to the achievement of the state energy goals has been clarified on the record in this hearing. It's a project that is competitive, as evidenced by having gone through a very competitive process with the Hawaiian Electric Company for its selection. It has undergone a detailed review by the city and county. It's undergone detailed review by the State Public Utilities Commission, and it's approved. At the same time, I have familiarity with the particular entities and developers that are involved in this project. I personally believe they're a very credible team and will deliver on their proposals and projections. And I think that's, again, very important that they deliver. I also feel that of all the projects that have come before this commission, offering solar projects on important agricultural land and on agricultural districts, this is the first one that really took to heart the commission's interest to look after agriculture, both during and after the term of the power purchase agreement. So for all those reasons, I think this is the type of project that makes good use of our lands in the interim, good use of our agricultural lands in the interim, and an important project for our community. So I support it.
Thank you. Commissioner Wong, did you wish to speak to your second?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just wanted to, I concur with Commissioner Giovanni's statement. And I think that this project is doing two parts on sustainability of not only the electrical portion or the energy portion, but also the agricultural portion. And that's why I'm supporting this project. Thank you.
Commissioners, we are in deliberation. Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Not only do I echo what Commissioner Giovanni and Commissioner Wong have stated, an important factor is having listened to the testimony, reviewed the documents carefully, and taken into account the Department of Agriculture's testimony. I would make a finding that the witnesses that presented evidence are credible, they are believable. And so in addition to the written record, the evidentiary record as far as oral testimony, because these parties are credible, it seems like we can rely on what they say, that they will carry out their promises. I will be also supporting the motion with that additional reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Okuda. Commissioners. Commissioner Chang followed by Cabral. We have two Commissioner Cabrals on screen, so it's slightly, one was more than sufficient, let me assure you. Commissioner Chang followed by Commissioners
Okay.
Cabrals.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I too am going to support this, the motion. I believe that the petitioner and their team has demonstrated good faith and good intentions. I think we've seen they've done, in my view, the cultural analysis was well written. I think they did a lot of due diligence. And so I'd like to make a specific, in addition to some of the standard findings that we make, I take to heart Deputy Attorney General Allison Cato, that we have an affirmative obligation as the LUC to make specific findings with respect to Kapa'akai. So I would like to add this, or to ensure that as the, and I'm hoping this is the right time, to ensure that as the findings of facts and conclusions in law and the decision on this is made, that this Ka'apai analysis is also included. One, that the identification of valued cultural, historic, and natural resources include the identification of the Pohokea Trail, the Ali'i battle sites, Aheiau Atapu'ukua, traditional Hawaiian agricultural practices, And there was a visual corridor and Chair, I'm going to ask you if, I'm sorry, if you could remind me of what that visual corridor was from that, during the CIA.
Mauna Kapu. The
Mauna
visual
Kapu.
corridor from Mauna Kapu.
Okay, so the visual corridor from Mauna Kapu. To the potential impacts of the project to these valued cultural resources include impact of access to Pohakea Trail, access of native tenants to gather plant resources for cultural purposes, and the potential impact to this visual corridor at Mauna Kapu. 3, the mitigation measures shall include 1, since there is no abandonment of traditional customary practices, so notwithstanding what the current use of this land is, or the fact that there's been an absence of any finding of traditional customary practices, there is, the Supreme Court has been very clear, there's no abandonment. So in the future, should someone, a native tenant, come forward, want to continue access to gather from Mauka to up Mauka, or access the trail, that a mitigation is that those rights will continue to be respected and honored, and to a mitigation with respect to the visual corridor at Mauna Kapu, that there is, that one, he be consulted, the particular individual who provided that testimony. I think Phil Potts, that he be consulted on an appropriate mitigation measure. And I realize, I think Mr. Westcott presented some vegetation. There's been very creative ways, I recall, down at Kihei Point, the fence for the predator-proof fencing to ensure that the visual corridor for the Lena is open. There was a puka in the fence. So I anticipate that there will be appropriate mitigation, but in consultation with the cultural practitioner, and that there be, the Waihole ditch is not adversely impacted, and there be continued consultation with cultural practitioners and cultural descendants on their continued, if there is appropriate use through this property. So that's my recommendation for the Kapa'akai analysis, that it be included as part of LUC's findings. And based upon that, I believe there is, I think LUC can make a determination that the Kapa'akai analysis and our duty to preserve and protect traditional customary practices, we've addressed that in this petition satisfactorily. Thank you very much. I have nothing else to add.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Commissioners, we're in deliberation. Commissioner Cabral.
Yes, thank you. I got rid of that other Nancy. I'm not sure if that's the sassy mouth one or not. I won't guarantee that. But
I don't think that one can be rid of.
Yeah, probably not. But I am definitely in support of the motion, and wanted to express that I am certain it will not ever be perfect, because again, this is so much into the future that we have got to go into. And I'm sure we will all learn things better of agriculture that works or doesn't work, or the height that you need to be, or what have you. And I want to particularly thank fellow Commissioner Giovanni for his endorsement, because he is clearly superior in knowledge of electricity and photovoltaic panels in terms of our commission, at least. And I appreciate his more in-depth investigation and his opinion on it. So for all of those reasons and everyone's good efforts, because whatever we do to get rid of being victims or slaves to oil is a plus. So I will support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cabral. Commissioner Ohigashi.
I'm going to support the motion again, and I think umbrage to Commissioner Cabral's statement. I Googled about panels, so obviously I know as much as it's. But in any event, what I'm struck was by the Department of Agriculture's comments specifically about that we have an important state goal not only in energy self-sufficiency, but we also have an important goal of food sustainability. And my hope is that as I look through the agricultural plan, and this is expressed by the Department of Agriculture, is that this would be a project that would assist both areas and not one take precedent over the others. So I'm going to support this with that hope and understanding.
Thank you, Commissioner Ohigashi. Commissioners, further considerations? I will note that I will be voting in favor of the project in part due to the quality of the team that is presenting it to us and my belief in their long-term commitment to Hawaii. The statements from Stevie Whalen on the record and other materials that have been presented. I think my largest misgivings of the project really are not to deal with the project per se, but with some of the inherent absurdities that the state's important agricultural law leads to. But those are not the project's fault. Those are the fault of the law and the legislature. I count on the project to continue to seek to go beyond legal requirements, particularly when it comes to addressing issues of potential cultural impacts, potential impacts to the Honouliuli internment site, and in general, impacts to the island on this very large and significant project, which if folks are not aware of it now, they will soon be aware as they commute from town to west when it starts to go up. So I rely on the good faith of the project proponents to continue to address any things that might arise that we have not seen discussed thoroughly in the documents. Anything further, commissioners? Seeing none, Mr. Orodenko, will you please poll the commission?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The motion is to approve the petition for special use permit with the conditions proposed by the Office of Planning and that the annual reports be sent to the Department of Agriculture. Commissioner Giovanni.
Aye.
Commissioner Wong.
Aye.
Commissioner Okuda.
Yes.
Commissioner Ohigashi.
Yes.
Commissioner Chang.
Aye.
Commissioner Cabral.
Aye.
Commissioner Exum.
Yes.
Chair Schreier.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The motion passes with 8 affirmative votes.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the applicant, the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development, and the county. I will note that we have 2 remaining items on our agenda today. The agenda item for executive session will not occur. We're not prepared to go into executive session regarding those matters, and that will be deferred to a later September agenda. Therefore, the only thing remaining on the agenda is going to be the Kihei High School matter, which I have previously recused from. So with that, I will excuse myself from the meeting, hand the gavel over to our first Vice Chair, Dan Giovanni, to discuss how the rest of the day will proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Schroyer. Again, you will be missed, as always, when you're not with us. So have a good afternoon. What is the pleasure here? I'd like to, we have a lot, I have every intent to try and complete the deliberation on the matter of the Kihei High School today. It looks like we're going to be losing may lose commissioners so in the late afternoon. So I'd like to move forward with this on an expeditious basis and minimize and just have a moderate amount of time for lunch. I have 11:57. I'd like to adjourn for lunch and reconvene at 12:30. Does that work for everybody?
Yes.
Okay, see you at 12:30 for resumption of the declaratory petition for Kihei High School. Thank you. 34. And the recording has started. Just want to take a step back before we go forward. Yesterday, at the end of our session, approximately 5 minutes before we adjourned, we lost Commissioner Axon. I think Commissioner Axon, can you affirm or confirm that you were able to review the portion of the meeting, which I think was only 5 minutes or so, that you may have missed?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I was able to the last five minutes of the hearing yesterday.
Great, thank you for that. And then secondly, we did receive some clarifying testimony from Representative Weingartner. Mr. Derrickson, can you affirm or deny or whatever that she might be available to provide this clarification firsthand? Is she available in the audience?
Yes, Chair, she is. Would you like to have me?
Yes, I'd like to have you admit her just for purposes of clarification on the record.
Okay, Representative Wildberger should be joining us. All right, Chair, I'm gonna have to try and promote her with the main account.
Who does that?
I'm doing it right. I'm trying to do it right now.
Okay. Appreciate everybody's patience. I don't have the same functionality on this Zoom from Kauai that we do in Oahu.
My apologies for the delay in joining you all this afternoon. Aloha, good afternoon.
Aloha, Representative, and thank you for your submittal earlier today to clarify some of your testimony from yesterday. I would appreciate it if you could put this, if you would mind sharing that for the broader audience, put it on the record.
Oh, certainly, my pleasure. I wanted to follow up with Commissioner Ohigashi's inquiries regarding funding and attempts to get funding, and as a member of the Finance Committee, what my activities might have been over the last couple of sessions regarding the Kihei High School. And I did put together a synopsis of my efforts, which I was not prepared to discuss yesterday because I was really focused on, the DOE and their petitions. So in January of 2020, I did submit CIP, which is capital improvement project funding for the underpass, and was awarded $250,000 with HB 2725. The text of that line item in the budget bill says Kihei High School Maui plans to design for due diligence effort for a pedestrian safety solution. Project may include related plans, studies, reports. And the total funding was $250,000 in C funds. In April of 2020, the governor notified me that he had released $7.25 million for what was categorized as additional construction and design for Kihei High School. And just a last point that as the South Maui rep, I am able to advocate for funding and ask for funding, but it is ultimately the Department of Education's responsibility to request and expend funds on the projects that they're in charge of executing. We all know that this item has been an issue since 2013. I came into office in early 2019, but this issue has gone on well prior to my arrival. And the DOE has not included any of these considerations in their annual budget requests. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I presume you're available for questioning. So petitioner, do you have any questions for the witness?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. County
No, Chair.
and state
No questions.
commissioners, any follow-up questions? Mr. Ohigashi, Commissioner Ohigashi.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify one thing. I think my questions the other day dealt with whether or not DOE had come in for any kind of funding for the last fiscal year. And number 3, where you say that they haven't had included any of the annual budget requests for funding for a GSP. That would include the time, that would include 2020, fiscal year 2020-21, right?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. I just wanted to be sure in 2020. And in 2021, 2022, was there any additional?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, that's what my questions were.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the information, by the way.
My pleasure.
Commissioner Axon.
I just want to clarify the 7.2 million appropriated that was released by the governor. Any specific purpose for that to the high school? Extra classroom or is there anything on for the GSPC?
Yeah, I don't have any detail on that, just that it was for additional construction and design of Kihei High School. Maybe the DOE could better ask that question.
Okay, I will ask that. Thank you.
And hopefully those funds have not lapsed. Hopefully those funds are being put to good use.
That was really my another concern about the funding, because funding doesn't last forever. So if you don't use it, you lose it.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commissioners? Seeing none. Yes, Mr. Derrickson?
No, it's Commissioner Wong.
Oh, Mr. Wong, I didn't recognize you in the distance.
No problem, Chair. If I may ask the representative a question or a couple questions.
Sure.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Representative. Just wanted to ask, so the funding was to the DOE and not to the DOT, correct?
That's correct.
Was a line item specifically for an overpass or underpass or planning and engineering for that project, correct?
The capital improvement allocation of 250,000 was specified for underpass.
Okay, so, and we don't know if they have expended that or not.
Neither amount. I don't have any detail on DOE's expenditures.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to know also, sometimes it can get funky in terms of if it just says DOE, you have money for Kihei High School, and you can use it for whatever. But if it's specifically said for a planning and engineering for an underpass, then it's specific. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Okay, now I think if there's no more questions and I see nobody's hands up, I can excuse the representative. Thank you for coming back today.
My pleasure. Appreciate your work.
Thank you. So back to the petitioner's presentation, Mr. Fujioka. I believe yesterday you were sharing a PowerPoint with us, and at the end of that, you flashed up 3 slides, but mentioned that the appropriate person from your team to present those slides was not available. And my understanding was you may want to revisit that today and represent that. Is that correct?
That's correct. And if
Let me turn it over to you for continuation of the presentation of from the petitioner.
Okay. And if I could backtrack a little bit, yesterday I had difficulty showing a couple of exhibits when I was talking to Mr. Mike Moran. So I wanted to see if I could display them now.
Certainly, you can display them as part of your presentation. But I don't think we're going to have Mr. Moran come back, so it'll be part of your presentation.
No, I don't think we need him, but this is the slide. It's a screenshot from the Kihei Community Association website. It's August 15 of this year, inviting people to participate in a sign waving in support of the underpass. And then the other thing I wanted to share was this photo, these photos from the sign waving, which did actually occur on the 19th of August of this year. And I think that the 300 some odd emails in support of the underpass began about right after that August 19 event. So I think that the implication is that that event did kind of stimulated the emails. So that I think there's a lot of support in the Kihei community for the especially the underpass, and I think that underscores that there's a pretty wide divide here. So there really needs to be a decision one way or another by the commission. So we of course hope that the motion is granted, but the activity and the emails, just go to show that there is a significant disagreement, and it's right for decision. In terms of the DOT slides that were presented in that meeting, that community meeting in January of this year, actually Brenda Lowry, who's a facilities planner for the DOE, has had a chance to discuss it with the DOT. So I think if she's moved into the from the audience into the panel, she can. I was hoping she could go through the slides with us.
That would be fine. What was her name again?
Brenda Lowry, Lowrey.
So Mr. Derrickson, could you admit her?
Yeah, I'm looking for her right now.
You got her. She's on.
Yep, okay.
Do we have to make it?
Yep, she's coming on now.
Thank you. Ms. Lowry, I need to swear you in first. Can you put your slides down for a second? Ms. Lowry, can you enable your audio and visual?
Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I swear the testimony about to give is the truth. My name is Brenda Lowry, and I work for the Department of Education.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
Okay. I'd like to share my screen because the DOT isn't available right now. And so I'll be presenting the slides that they shared on January 12th with the community. And these relate to the reason that we'll be constructing a roundabout as part of the Kihei High School project. And this did change over the years, you know, pre-2006, HIDOT, Hawaii DOT, that considered that roundabouts weren't appropriate. But in the time since then, things had changed. And by 2016, they were starting to construct roundabouts. And the reason they thought this was appropriate for this location, they referred to the Texas Transportation Institute study, which was included, this chart was included in as Exhibit 9, and the whole report was the one that Commissioner Okuda had asked for. Also, Maui County, I think, included this as an exhibit, but this is Exhibit 39, where this information came from. And it shows that if you use an overpass, it will take 1.8 times longer with the stairs. And because we have to make it ADA accessible, it'll take 5.8 times as long to get across with ramps rather than using an safe access at a roundabout. And using underpasses at either of the gulches takes longer depending on where you're coming from. So then they shared information about the gulches, and both the bridge at Kulani Hakoi Gulch and at Waipulani Gulch, they were built to carry floodwaters. So there is a study that was done by FEMA, this map of the Kulani Hakoi Gulch, showing that 100-year event would actually flood wider than just the gulch area. And so the Kulani Hakoi Gulch was built in 1978, and it only has a 7-foot clearance between the stream bed and the underside of the bridge. And then there's no FEMA analysis for the Waipulani Gulch Bridge, but that's the section down below that shows that if you were to put a pedestrian underpass, you're still going to be within what the gulch was meant to carry. The blue water or blue line shows that there would only be a 3-foot clearance below that bridge. So that's why they were against trying to do an underpass in either of those bridges. The safety considerations, this slide just refers back to, again, Federal Highway Administration studies that show that roundabouts, they give you a better field of vision because it slows the traffic down. And there was a testimony, I think, that mentioned a 40-mile-per-hour speed limit along the highway, but in June, I think of this year, 2021, they've reduced the speed limit to 35 already along that section of Pi'ilani Highway. And the roundabout will bring it down to 30 miles an hour and 20 miles an hour during school periods. So it's a school zone. So this is the proposed roundabout, kind of a construction drawing on top of a aerial. So it's a little confusing, but basically it would be a 2-lane roundabout. And then they go through some slides just showing the flow. So if you're coming from the south and you're heading northbound, there'll be 2 through lanes and a lane to turn up into the high school. And if you wanted to go west on Kulani Hakoi, you would circle around and go Makai. And then here's if you're heading southbound, 2 lanes through, and then you would turn left up to the high school. And then if you're coming from the west side and going up to the high school, you would go around the roundabout that way. And then this one shows how if you're coming down from the high school, you would continue Makai in that direction. The bicycle path for roundabouts, the studies that have been done that have also, it was that 2136, I think, study, and it shows that bicyclists in a roundabout have 2 choices. They either go with the traffic or they walk their bike as a pedestrian. And that's because you don't want to have a bike path merging with the traffic of the roundabout where a bike path ends. So you go with the traffic because of the way people merge into the roundabout with their cars. So that's the bike path. And then the pedestrian route would be a safe crossing on the south side, and there would be raised pedestrian tables, and there would be pedestrian activated rapid flashing beacons, alert drivers that there are people in the crosswalk or pedestrians in the crosswalk, and then you would continue Mauka up to the high school. And this is the reason that they weren't promoting overpass, is because of the additional distance. And they had this example of a high school situation. Here's the Enoch's High School in Modesto, California, and they put in a roundabout at the entrance of the school, but they didn't include any crosswalks over the east-west or the horizontal roads because they had put in this grade separated crossing. But in green, you can see to take the grade separated crossing, it takes 675 feet to complete that route. Whereas if you crossed at grade, it's 215 feet. So they were saying that students were observed crossing without the benefit of a crosswalk or markings. And so this is what we don't want to happen, is to invest in a path that won't be used when there is a safe route across the roundabout. So this was their final slide that just said, will be temporary construction impacts. They're planning on that. They'll finish the Mauka side first and then the Makai side. The construction, if we can start in October, it will be completed by August 1st, 2020 or 2022, sorry. The roundabout will result in a much smoother and safer operation patterns. The project would create this bicycle route, meaning that you go with the traffic or you walk your bike, and the roundabout will create a safe pedestrian crossing to get to the new high school. So the two main points is that it'll slow the traffic down. And when drivers are in roundabouts or approaching roundabouts, they're much more aware of pedestrians and will have those rapid flashing beacons. So that's it. And I apologize, I'm not the Department of Transportation to answer questions. Thank you.
Will be available to answer questions in any event, I hope.
Yes.
Okay. So you can, Mr. Fujioka, what's your pleasure? Do you want to continue, or do you want us to stop at this point to have questions for Ms. Lowry?
Yeah, I guess we could stop for questions at this point.
And then you will continue after.
Yes.
Okay, so let's see if any of the parties have questions. And let's try to confine those questions to Ms. Lowry at this time. You will have opportunity to question Mr. Fujioka later. So to the county.
No questions, Chair.
Ms. Kato for OPSD.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions for Ms. Lowry? Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'll confine it to the scope of the testimony that Ms. Lowry gave. Ms. Lowry, did you testified that the DOT's recommendations were based on that study from Texas and its report FHWA/TX-01/2136-2 pedestrian crossing guidelines for Texas, December 2000, correct?
In part on that, they've also referenced other studies, yes.
But Exhibit 9 that the DOE has submitted in support of its petition specifically is HIDOT's letter, which refers to that study, correct?
Yes, but there's a later letter from the DOT. There's Exhibit 13 or.
Okay, yeah, and later on we may get to that, but since you referenced this Texas study, that's why I'm going to ask you questions with respect to the Texas study. Now, first of all, what is your position with the Department of Education? Very briefly, what do you do at the department?
I'm a facilities planner. I've been in the facilities development branch for 17 years. I work on planning of new schools and new facilities on existing campuses.
Okay, since you referenced this Texas report, did you actually read the report?
I haven't read the whole thick report. I have read the parts that were referenced in Exhibit 9, which is this table, the 3 pages that they included in Exhibit 9. Yes,
Okay, but this report is how many pages? Is it like, I don't want to say 100 pages, but it's a lot of pages, right?
it is, and it covers things that aren't pertinent to the roundabout. You know, it
Okay.
covers all kinds of things.
Okay, and your lawyers can object if I'm misstating something, but when I look at page 5 of the report specifically says it is, and I quote, not intended for construction, bidding, or permit purposes. Were you aware that that's what the report says, is not intended for permit purposes?
That would make sense because permitting is very site specific, just like architecture. So you know, have a general thing.
Yeah, and just like a land use commission decision, which we're doing here, which is site specific to the Kihei High School, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but notwithstanding that, isn't it true that the report contained a checklist of things which are factors which support the building of a grade separated pedestrian crossing, which we will abbreviate as GSPC, that there's a checklist in that report of things that are to be looked at?
That I'm not familiar with. I can't answer, sorry.
Okay, I understand that, but would you dispute that at page 44, one of the things it says, and I quote, grade separation of pedestrian and motor vehicle traffic is typically considered at crossings where the number of pedestrian / motor vehicle conflicts is high and/or the risk to crossing pedestrians is great? Would you dispute that that's at page 44 of the report?
Actually, I'm not going to dispute it, but I'm not going to answer it. I don't have the report in front of me. And like I said, I haven't read the full report. Sorry.
Well, if you're not going to dispute that statement, let me ask you this. Isn't it true that's the situation we have right here at Kihei High School with the highway, with the residences on the other side of the highway?
I don't think we know that yet. I mean, we want to build the roundabout so that we can do a study of what the actual situation is at that point.
Yeah, please, I'm trying to save time here. I'm just asking whether or not we have that situation, which I stated. It's either yes, no, or I don't know. Do we have this? Or don't know? Okay, okay. At page 46, it says a 1988 synthesis by Zeger, Z-E-G-E-E-R, and Zeger suggested that grade-separated pedestrian crossings are most beneficial under the following conditions. And the first point, where there is moderate to high pedestrian demand to cross a freeway or expressway. Isn't that what we have here?
It's
Yes,
not a
no, or I
freeway.
don't know.
I think I need to make an objection. She said that she hasn't read this report in its entirety.
Yeah. Okay, well, my comment is if there's going to be a reference to a report and a witness is going to present the report, then I think the witness is subject to being asked if there's reliance on the report to determine how much we as a land use commission can rely on the testimony of that witness. Now, if you want to withdraw her as the person competent or qualified to present these slides, then I'll stop asking the questions. Or if you will stipulate that that there's a whole list of factors which would indicate that a grade separated pedestrian crossing is justified here, but the witness can't tell us one way or the other, I'm willing to stop my questions to save time.
Yeah, as to this particular inquiry, you know, I think we can stipulate that the report contains a list of factors, but whether she's qualified, able to answer specific questions about them, you know, I don't think she can do that.
Well, okay, I'll stop there because, you know, I don't want to beat a dead horse, as they say. The report contains references to 2 other underlying reports dealing with analysis of cost benefits of having a grade separated pedestrian crossing or not having a grade separated pedestrian crossing, which takes into account things like distances and things like that. Did you read those reports?
Not completely. I looked through both of them.
Don't you think that those reports are relevant to our decision here if we're dealing with cost benefits of a grade separated crossing?
I think what we're dealing with, my understanding is the motion is if we could open the school without a grade separated crossing and do studies to then further determine the appropriate grade separated crossing.
No, the motion here is for the Land Use Commission to basically modify a condition which has been on the record. And in my own personal view, which is not gospel, a lot of people have relied on, including the county council. Let me ask a final question. Where in the record, what document shows that a grade separated crossing will not be used at the Waipualani, spelled Waipuilani Gulch? What document shows that it is not going to be used at that gulch?
The document that talks about the distance that that if people, you know, take this one in the sense that it would only be used by people where that's the direct route. But we're trying to build a high school for a community that's very spread out. So if we provide our safe on-grade crossing at the roundabout intersection of Kulani Hakoi and Pi'ilani Highway, that's a safe crossing, but we have to take care of everyone right throughout the whole Kihei community.
I agree with that.
I think this one, where it says that it takes longer to get there, it's only going to be used by the people where it doesn't take longer to get there. So I'm not sure if that's a document or if it's, you know, it's the statistic about going out of your way to use a path.
Did you hear the testimony that was given in the public testimony that people already go through that or go under that bridge at Waipualani Gulch?
I did hear that testimony.
Do you dispute
I do
that
think I
testimony?
work for, well, I work for the Department of Education and we have huge liability issues and concerns. So
I'm sorry,
we
but my
refer
question was,
to-
wait, my question is simply, did you hear the testimony? It's a
Yes,
yes,
I
no,
did.
or I don't know. Did you hear that testimony? Do you have any facts which dispute the accuracy of that testimony?
No, I'm not disputing that accuracy, or I don't have facts to.
So we as a Land Use Commission, based on that testimony, can conclude that people already go under the bridge at Waipualani Gulch, correct?
Yes.
Where has the Department of Transportation stated in writing that it absolutely and under all circumstances reject the building of some type of improvement under the bridge at Waipualani Gulch? Where have they stated that in the record? In a letter, a document that they absolutely refuse to consider any or all pedestrian crossings under that bridge at the Waipualani Gulch?
That exhibit 9 where they, right here where they, I'm not sure if I'm sharing my screen, but number 4, HIDOT does not recommend the use of Kulani Hakoi Gulch Bridge or Waipualani Gulch Bridge as an underpass.
They
And
state
this was in a letter on July 17th, 2020.
That's correct. What it says they do not recommend, but where do they state they will reject it under all circumstances?
I do not have that information.
Yeah, they don't state that. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair. I have no further questions of this witness.
Thank you, Commissioner Okuda. Commissioner Chang.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Laurie. I just want to do some follow-up questions. One, what was the date of this presentation by DOT? The slides that you showed? Sure, go ahead.
Sorry, January 12th of 2021.
Okay, were you present at that presentation?
Yeah, it was a virtual meeting.
Okay.
Yes.
Was it well attended by the community?
We had 80 something participants, but of the 80, some of them were our, team. So I think there were closer to 50 of Kihei community.
Okay, and was the Department of Transportation present to answer questions?
Yes, actually, Deputy Director Ed Sniffen gave the presentation, and he and Robin Shishido, who's the head engineer on Maui, and also a planning engineer, was also present at the meeting.
Okay, and could you briefly describe, we heard testimony, and it appears that you also heard testimony, public testimony on this matter yesterday. Were the questions that were asked by Department of Transportation consistent with the questions that were asked or comments that were made yesterday by the community? Essentially wanting an underpass or an overpass.
Yes, the community, for the most part, wanted a grade separated crossing, and the presentation was an opportunity to share the roundabout with them, which there was some positive feedback on that.
Okay. Was there any discussion regarding the grade separating pedestrian overpass, pedestrian pass?
There was, and it did focus on the distances and also the concerns that the bridges across the two gulches were not engineered to handle pedestrian traffic beneath them.
And did the DOT answer those questions or comments that were made by the community?
I felt like they did. Yes, they were on.
And I'm not asking you to to sit in DOT's shoes, but do you feel that the community was satisfied with the comments, with the responses provided by DOT?
I think that's a hard thing. I think,
okay.
Yeah, we haven't been able, ideally, that's what we wanted to do between the time that the DOE before came to, so the November LUC hearing, the goal would have been to get consensus with the community and the DOE and DOT, but that didn't happen.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask you this question? Is DOT's decision, well, has DOT made a decision not to build a grade separating pedestrian crossing, for example, an underpass? Has DOT made that decision?
I don't think so. I think the decision is to build the roundabout and to study then, once that's in place, what the traffic is like and what the pedestrian movement is like. And that's according to the 1B and 1C conditions that we owe the LUC additional, not only TIAR, the traffic impact analysis report, which is more vehicle, but another part of the condition says we owe you pedestrian route studies. So we're not trying to get out of doing those future studies. We know we need to do them at the appropriate time. So a year after the roundabout is in place, let's study it then and see what can be done. And then as the population of the school grows, we study it again. And if it's been more than 3 years, we owe you an updated report after 3 years.
And that is what I understood to be the position, is that you wanted to do this in phases. The first phase is build the roundabout, open phase 1 with the 9th graders. And then after that, there would be additional, these updated studies, and they would explore, I guess, different options. And one of the options could be an underpass by using one of the gulches. and you would do further studies to determine an appropriate GSPC. Is that correct?
That's my understanding too of the direction we're headed. Yes.
And is DOE's decision, at this point in time to do the roundabout and then to do additional studies, is that based upon DOT's recommendations?
Yes, because we build schools, but we consult with the DOT just like any developer, and then we follow their recommendation. So that's why things changed over time. And I know the community is frustrated with that, how the reports say different things. And yes, we recommended a roundabout in the 2014 walkable report, but then, we were building an intersection or whatever. But that's because we were responding to DOT recommendations. So as it is now, in order to provide our safe access, we're putting in a roundabout with the pedestrian crossing with the flashing blinkers or, pedestrian activated rapid beacon system. And then we'll do the studies, and, if traffic changes, the amount of pedestrians change, that's going to show up. And then we need to study for this long community, what makes sense, where the grade separated crossing should be, so that they're not doing 6 times as long a route to get there. Okay. But yes, long answer, sorry.
No, I understand. I mean, and that is, and that's because, as you started off your presentation, a lot of this is about liability. So DOE, you don't have the traffic expertise, and you are referring to DOT. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And DOT, and I think you appreciate as much as anybody else here the lack of trust that the community has for exactly the same reasons that you just listed, that DOT has changed their positions over time. So you understand and appreciate that mistrust.
Okay. Yes, things do change.
Okay, so, but I understand, so what I'm hearing from you, who is helping DOE design this school, is that with those updated studies, if those updated studies support the use of the underpass through one of the gulches with appropriate mitigation measures to address DOT's concerns about the flooding, DOT would consider that.
Yes, and could I make a clarification maybe on, it's subject to funding. So
yeah.
Is my screen being shared right now?
Yes, I think.
Or not? So I have the wording on the screen here of the $250,000 that was appropriated and released for, I'm sorry, scrolling down. So plans and design for due diligence effort for a pedestrian safety solution. So we did contract with our consultant, G70, the architects and civil engineers for the project, and got them started looking at due diligence for an overpass after this money was released. But then we put them on hold because I want to say June of 2019 is when DOT came back and said, no, we're going to go with a roundabout. That's, going to handle the traffic best. It's going to slow the traffic down, and it'll provide a safe on-grade crossing. So as of now, we haven't used the rest of this money that we could then in the future put it towards. And I know one of the commissioners mentioned that money does lapse, but this money is encumbered into the contract, so we can use it towards the study of an appropriate grade separated crossing at the correct time. Sorry.
Okay. No, because that was going to be my next question to you. It was going to be about funding, but I do want to clarify what you just said, is that you said that DOT, you put this money on hold because you were going to use the roundabout instead. Is that
Correct.
What you just said? So that seems to be
Correct.
an either or. So are you telling me that, because you previously said roundabout in phase 1 so that we can do these additional studies to determine an appropriate grade separating pedestrian crossing. Isn't that what you previously told me?
Yes, and the reason that, because when we build the roundabout, the location of the grade separated crossing could change, right? Based on what would make the most sense. So that's why we didn't go farther with it once the direction was to change. So we have a change order from a signalized intersection to a roundabout.
Okay, so I want to be very clear, because everybody else is listening to this in the audience, that you're not saying it's either or, that with this appropriation, DOE still intends to complete those studies, which include an appropriate grade separating pedestrian crossing, that you would do those additional studies. Is that
Do the
clear?
additional studies, and they have to be the way, I think even the condition, it's approved by DOT, right?
Right,
So
right.
again, we build schools, DOT handles traffic, you know, so.
Yeah, no, I get it. I just don't want, because I seem to have gotten a little confused, or maybe I misunderstood your statement when you said DOE put that contract on hold because you decided to do the roundabout instead.
Oh, correct, for the for this initial phase of the buildings of the school, yes.
Okay, all right. But for phase 2, these monies are still available for DOE to continue to do those updated studies. Is that correct?
Some of the money, I think they did some work. I don't have the exact numbers, but yes, some of the money is available.
But as a DOE representative today, you are committing, or is it I want to make sure that DOE is committing to doing those additional studies, which to look at ground separating pedestrian crossing.
Yes, yes, and that's part of the conditions that LUC can, yes, we are committed.
All right, very good. You've answered my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Can you take down the shared screen, please?
Yes.
Any other questions by commissioners? Commissioner Ohigashi.
I lost the signal during Don Chang's questioning, so I didn't hear any of what occurred. In addition to that, my screen went blank and I couldn't see anyone on it. So I'm just, and I wasn't only able to reconnect. So I'm just shooting in the dark here as to what questions I want to ask.
Okay, go ahead and shoot. Even if it's redundant, go ahead and shoot.
My question is that who is making the final decision with regard to whether or not that grade separated crossing or grade separated crossing would be implemented? Who would make the final decision?
My understanding is that the DOE, we do the reports, but the way the decision in order, and Stuart maybe should correct me if I'm wrong on this, but that the reports, the recommendation of the reports have to be approved by DOT.
And if they're not approved by DOT, who is going to?
I think that's the way it works. You know, we're the Department of Education and we build schools and we rely on the DOT, their expertise. And I think that's the way the decision is.
I understand. You're the petitioner in this case. The DOE is a petitioner. They're the ones that came here. This is a condition for an off-site improvement requirement. In other words, like any other developer, the petitioner will be required to do it. I'm asking you, within the DOE, is it your final say of whether or not you're going to do this type of work? No.
So my understanding, so it's not me, I have, at least 3 bosses above me, right? My facilities director, the assistant superintendent of the Office of Facilities and Operations, and the superintendent of education. But my understanding is, and then we have the legislature, we have to get funding before we can commit to doing anything. It's all subject to funding. And then we have the Board of Education, which also prioritizes CIP projects. So even though we would say this is a priority, it still has to get approved. So there are many bosses, many hats, but
So let me ask you, who do I ask? Who can you recommend that we ask? Who has the final say?
I think because the studies have to be approved by DOT, so I think it's DOT in conjunction with our assistant superintendent of the Office of Facilities and Operations.
Is there a specific law or regulation that controls that?
My understanding is that from the superintendent level, there's delegated to the assistant superintendents in different offices. And so
Brenda, then let's go back to the question that I asked. Who can I ask? Who can appear in front of us? Who can tell me? Then who makes the final decision? Does the governor make the final decision? Does the superintendent of schools make the final decision? Does the director of transportation make the final decision? Who makes that final decision?
Sometimes I wish I could.
Rather than asking you what you are intending to do, maybe we should get from the person who makes the final decision the answer to our question.
And I think ultimately it goes back to funding. So all those people or levels have a say in, up to the governor. He approves the release of funds for CIP projects. So things, there's definitely a ladder.
Okay, so question that I have then is, who made the decision to go with the roundabout and to put off the grade separation? Pedestrian crossing.
That people are buzzing me. That happened in.
I don't know. I don't care when it happened. I said, who made it? Who made that decision?
I think our public works administrator who no longer works here, his name was John Chung, and he left in November of 2019.
And if it was made today, that decision was made today, who would have made it?
I think it could have been Edward Ige, who's now our facilities director, and he falls right under Randall Tanaka, the assistant superintendent of the Office of Facilities.
So this decision was made by Mr. Ige.
This decision was made by his predecessor.
His predecessor. And has that decision been reviewed by the Director of Transportation?
Yes, they're the ones who
has that decision been reviewed by the Superintendent of Schools?
Sorry, I do not know that.
You do not know that?
Whether it's been, you just asked, I misinterpreted.
You said yes to the DOT and you don't know to the.
And I misinterpreted. It was requested from the deputy director of the DOT Highways Division. And it was, approved at our level. We didn't have an assistant superintendent at the time. So it was, our public works administrator at the time. I do not know if it went up to the level of the director of the DOT or the superintendent of education. I apologize. I do not know that.
So if the Land Use Commission will say that this is such an important decision to be made, we want to know whether or not the Director of Transportation and the Director and the Superintendent of Schools made that decision. Would that be unreasonable? Wouldn't that be an not unreasonable request to know?
I would like to think that they support us as their staff to make the right decision.
Do you have a letter or anything in writing from them?
I do not have a letter in writing, no.
Because maybe I'm totally off, but I just seem to say that somebody has to make a final decision. And what position that the DOE is going to take. And if you're telling me that all these mid-level managers are making the decision, well, then I want to make sure that the DOE superintendent knows and the DOT transportation director knows, and that they're fine with, if we continue with this course that we are on and we keep the conditions as it is, that it may wind up delaying the opening of the school.
Excuse me.
So I'm just my question is simple. Who made that decision? And was it made from the highest levels? Was it made from the DOT director? And was it made with conjunction with the
Yeah,
superintendent?
so I was gonna ask if we could take a moment to break out and clarify.
You want to take a recess to clarify? So
you know, I don't have a problem with that if you want to tell, explain to her how to answer the question. And if, so long as I get an opportunity to find out what was discussed between you and her, is that okay? Because I'm getting frustrated, just like I'm channeling Commissioner Cabral, and I'm saying that we're sitting in this thing saying, gee, who do we ask they're going to make the final decision? Do we have to ask the governor to say, hey, you got to settle this?
Yeah, I don't know that this is within the purview of this witness's knowledge, so I would like to talk to her about it. If we could.
So Commissioner Ohigashi, what could you explain what you just said in terms of your recommendation for them to confer?
You know, if he's objecting and says she doesn't know, then she should have said, I don't know. And I would have asked her all these questions, but she kept telling me that, yeah, maybe it's this guy. So is that what you're telling her to say, Mr. Fujioka? Or you're saying that, is that what you're putting forth, that she doesn't know?
Yeah, I think this is beyond the purview of, you know, what she is.
Do we need to take a break if you're telling me she doesn't know?
What's that?
Do we need to take a break for you to confer
if you're going to move on, I guess not.
If she doesn't know, then I'm venting my frustrations to the wrong person, I guess.
That could very well be.
So before we release this witness, so my intent is let's take a short break. In that break, Mr. Fujioka, I would like you to try to ascertain the answers to the questions about who has made the decisions to not proceed with a grade level, a GSPC, as was the condition that you're trying to remove. Who made that decision? Secondly, who made the decision not to use budget for purposes of that design and build of that GSPC? Get answers to those questions. This commission wants to know who are making these decisions. Are they being made at mid-level and ignored above that? Are they being made at high level? Are they being made by employees who have left the DOE and no longer are there? Please find answers to those questions. We will ask them to you or whatever witness you bring forward that has those answers. So let's take, and then when we resume, Commissioner Ohigashi, you may resume with this witness. So let's take a break. It's now 1:32. We'll return at 1:40.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lowry, are you there?
Yes, sir, I am.
Great, thank you. Let's see, Mr. Hopper, are you back? Okay, so let me return to Commissioner Ohigashi to restate your questions. You can direct them to the petitioner or as representative attorney or to Ms. Lowry and let them decide who and how to answer it.
My question was really simple. It's just like, who's making the final decision on this matter? Bring this matter before us.
And if the question is in terms of whether to build the grade separated crossing or not, it came down to when the Department of Transportation was not going to recommend it or not approve it, then the DOE found itself unable to proceed at that point. And going to the chair's question about the funding, it's the same thing. Once the DOE is not going to get approval from the DOT for the grade separated crossing, that consultant was called off such that the funds are available but not being used right now.
So the decision was made by the DOT.
I don't know if you call it a decision, but when they weren't going to, when they wouldn't approve the grade separated crossing, there was no point in proceeding with it.
So it was decided by the DOE not to proceed with it.
Yeah, I don't know if you call that a decision, but you know, because of that, once that was the recommendation or it was not possible to get approval, then
Mr. Fujio.
Closed.
Mr. Fujio. Is there a requirement in the DNO that you obtain permission from the DOT?
Yeah, I believe there is. It's,
is that requirement the requirement that's holding you back?
in terms of being able to build the GSPC, I would say it's an important factor, yes.
So if we were to get rid of that and make it entirely your decision, and we keep the present requirement, will the department and will the DOE build the grade separation? Pedestrian crossing prior to phase one?
I cannot say because the DOE is not in the business of building underpasses and overpasses, and it's tied to the DOT's roadways. So I would think that consultants need to be engaged. And then again, I don't know the interplay. It might still impact DOT's property. So just simply eliminating the DOT from the equation, you know, may not get it done either.
I am following your line, your answers. Your answer was that, yes, the fact that we have in the decision and order that the DOT must agree, I guess.
Yeah.
And if they don't agree, then you cannot proceed. If we take that out and say only that you consult them, what's stopping the DOE from implementing that provision?
Well, the DOE doesn't have the expertise, so they'd have to consult. And if the consultant
wouldn't you have gotten according to Tina Wildberger, monies, the amount of $250,000 for the purposes of design, getting a consultant for that purposes? Don't you have monies available from the $7.25 million that was released by the governor? And by the way, there has been no financial statement showing that any of the appropriations that was given for this particular school has been lapsed or has gone or has been used up. We haven't seen any of that financials. So there's no, isn't it correct to say that money is not the problem? The question is, well, there's nothing direct to show that money is the problem. The only impediment that I can see that you have said is that we are requiring you to get the DOT's permission. And if we take that out and put in a consult, what's to stop you from doing a grade separation? Proceeding with.
Well, I don't know that we can just, the DOE can just build something on DOT property. And, you know, there's funding for the study, which was partially used, and then, like we were talking about before, it got put off when the grade separated crossing was not going to be approved. But other than that, there's the funding for that particular grade separated crossing needs to be obtained.
So, and has any effort been on the DOE to obtain it or repurpose funding?
Not while it was not recommended by the DOT.
So let's get rid of the DOT's requirement that we get their recommendation.
You know, but there's still question whether it's necessary or indicated and so forth. So, you know,
is that something your client has agreed, has stated, or is that your opinion?
Stuart, can I chime in for a second?
Sure.
I mean, I think what he's saying is true. We're the DOE, we understand school facilities, and we do need the DOT. We're not, you know, our expertise, even prior to 2005, DAGs did all our projects, and I was in facilities in DOE, and we were the user agency. And now, you know, in 2005, there was Act 55 or whatever, and we have our own architects and engineers now, but we repair and maintain and we build school facilities, and we don't have the expertise to go off-site or to do all those challenges. I understand that this is a condition, but the reason it's a condition with the DOT's requirement is because we look to their expertise. Just like any developer, you would want DOT to approve what their plans were, not to just build something because we think it's what is the best. So we do, I think,
I know of no developer that builds their own offsite improvements. I know of no developer. What they do is they hire a consultant, come up with engineering plans, and then they go and start it to whoever is necessary. So what I am pointing out to you is this: that we haven't done engineering plans. We haven't moved one iota towards the requirement that has been in there since 2013. And there have been no showing to this date that you don't have the money or the ability to try and do it. The only impediment I see is Mr. Fujioka saying that within the decision and order, there's a requirement that DOE gets the permission of the DOT, which I'm not sure it's quite that strict, but assuming that he is correct, if we say that you would consult with the DOT, but it is your final decision to move forward, what is the impediment that you are trying to do that changes a condition that's been there since 2013, that no one seems to have been trying to move on, that only when, I guess, in 2020, when this matter headed towards it, and monies were provided, we even start on this. So I'm just trying to get a hold of that. And And by the way, I'm really serious about who makes the final decision in this case. If it's DOT, fine. They make the final decision, they nix the project, they delay the school opening. If it's DOE, you nix the project, you delay the school. We put in the conditions. And I hate when people tell me that it's going to delay this, it's going to delay that. We put in the conditions a long time ago. It doesn't make sense to me that without even moving towards it, without even making a determination, relying upon studies that seem to point both ways, that nobody is taking affirmative to try and do something about this matter. That's my rant for today. But I go back to my question, is that if we, Mr. Fujioka, if we keep the conditions as they are now, is it the position of the DOE that they will not build prior to?
I'm sorry, much of that broke up.
I'll go back to my original question. Is it the position of the DOE that if we keep the condition as it is now, that it will not build a grade separation pedestrian crossing prior to phase 1?
Prior to opening the
opening in phase
1. Yes, I believe it is. But if at the same time they do want to open the school, and if it is open, the studies will keep going. Will keep being conducted.
So I
So
think
your answer is yes, maybe.
yeah, we're starting to go into circles. So Lee, unless you want to go to a different line of
No,
questions.
no.
You good?
I'm
Okay.
over.
Commissioner Chang.
I'm sorry, I understand the frustration. And maybe it's because I was formerly with the Attorney General's office. In all due respect, this is about liability. DOT is the one that has the expertise, not DOE. And the condition specifically says to the satisfaction of DOT. So no agency is going to move without that expertise from that. I mean, this is the state of Hawaii. And ultimately, they're looking out for the taxpayers' money, whether we like it or not. So that's, I understand it's frustrating because who makes a decision? But they are all representing the state of Hawaii. And for me, that's like, what is that? Sacred Falls. We could have the community wanting that to be open, but because of liability, it won't be open. So to me, likewise, and I know that's not a satisfactory answer, and I'm not trying to answer on behalf of DOE, but I'm just trying to see if there's a path forward that we can agree on this specific motion. So I apologize, but I just wanted to say that, express
Okay, so we don't have a question. So since we're making comments, let me insert a bit of my own recall from our November 2019, where we had an opportunity to directly hear from Mr. Sniffen from DOT and cross-examine him. And my recall, and we can check the transcript, was that he was recommending not only recommending the roundabout, but was willing to fund it out of his own DOT budget and not encumber the CIP funds that were allocated for the school. However, if DOE was the client and provided the funding, Mr. Sniffen said that they could look at design and build a GSPC, but it wouldn't come out of DOT's budget. That's my recall. Somebody can check the record if they want to. Okay, any other questions for Ms. Lowry? Okay, I'll return to you, Mr. Fujioka, for the continuation of the presentation of for your petition.
I just thought, I thought I should respond to some of the testimony that was presented. In terms of the community association, I think, the numerous emails just show that there's a decision needs to be made. And as far as Representative Wildberger's testimony, I think it cites a number of publications that I guess encourage some sort of underpass, but I believe those same publications also characterize it as a last resort. And so if there's going to be a roundabout in place and the DOT recommendation and the studies that support that recommendation don't advise a grade separated crossing, the DOE needs to defer to that. And I think the county supports having a decision made. And the one comment I would have to that one is, in terms of the future studies and the possibility of reaching maximum enrollment in 5 years, I think the current DOE projections that we've went over by way of slide are somewhat below that. Instead of 800 within 5 years, we're looking at 500 some odd. So the studies will go on, but the enrollment is not projected to increase as fast as originally projected. I think the quandary has been discussed over and over that the GSPC requirement is in there, but subject to DOT satisfaction or approval. And there was difficulty getting a report of a study approved back in 2013 to 2017, and then further studies were done, and then the roundabout became the recommended solution. So at this point, with no DOT approval, DOE wants to open the school. I think everybody wants the school to open, but there hasn't been approval for the grade separated crossings, so we're kind of stuck here unless the condition is modified. And even if it is, there's still those requirements of future studies, which of course need to be taken seriously when they're done. And if whatever they recommend, be it a grade separated crossing at some point, or crosswalks or signs or whatever it is, that needs to be complied with. So we would, at this point, the motion has been pending for about a year, and DOE wants to open the school. We've got a principal who's committed to meeting with the community at least once a month, and they're projecting to open with a lot fewer students than originally thought. So DOE respectfully requests, as a petitioner, that the requirement of a grade separated crossing be either eliminated or modified, mindful that the studies will continue. Definitely the first year after the opening, and then there's at least 2 more. And if 3 years go by, then there would need to be another. So the community, the commission, and county and everyone involved can be assured that if a GSPC is ever indicated, steps will be taken to make sure that it's built. Thank you.
Thank you. So commissioners, do you have questions for Mr. Fujioka? Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Fujioka, first question is, what is the standard of review that the Land Use Commission has to follow to modify this condition or to grant your request? Well, what is the standard of review that we're supposed to follow? What do you have to show?
I don't know off the top of my head. It's
okay. Okay. Well, would you disagree that it's a good cause standard, that you have to show good cause?
That would make sense.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure we're clear on the standard, because we are quasi judicial, and we have to follow it. I think that's, and tell me, because this is kind of basic. Tell me whether you disagree. That's HAR section 15-15-94 subparagraph B, which says, for good cause shown, the commission may act to modify or delete any of the conditions imposed or modify the commission's order. So do you agree that that's an accurate reading of the administrative rule that I just read, and it provides for a good cause standard?
I have no reason to dispute that.
Okay, and what is your understanding of what good cause means?
Good cause, I guess, is substantial reason.
Yeah, okay, well, just so that I want to make sure at least you and I are on the same page, let me read you from this case, Chen, CHEN versus Ma, MAH, that's 146 Hawaii 157 at 178. That's a 2020 Hawaii Supreme Court case. And I'm going to read this one sentence. You tell me whether it's an accurate statement of the legal definition of good cause. And I quote, good cause, close quote, brackets, ellipse, quote, depends upon the circumstances of the individual case, and a finding of its existence lies largely in the discretion of the officer or court to which bracket the close bracket decision is committed. End of quotation. Do you agree that that is an accurate description of good cause?
I don't know that case, but it sounds plausible.
Okay, well, would you disagree with that definition as a definition of good cause?
Well, not having familiarity with that case, I can't disagree.
Okay, and do you agree that we as an agency have to apply the preponderance of the evidence burden of proof in contested cases? Or let me be more specific, in this case, is the burden of proof that we have to apply the preponderance of evidence? And if you want a citation where I'm getting that from, it's Kila o Haleakala versus Board of Land and Natural Resources, 138 Hawaii 383, a 2016 Hawaii Supreme Court case. Do you agree that it's a preponderance of the evidence standard?
I don't have that case in front of me, so.
But do you disagree with that statement, or is there a different standard we have to apply?
Not having anything as a reference, I can't disagree.
Okay, and preponderance of the evidence standard means the fact finder, meaning us, we got to decide whether the existence of a contested fact is more probable than its non-existence. I'm citing the case of Masaki versus General Motors, but what that means in plain English is if it's just a little bit higher than 50%, preponderance of the evidence is met. You agree with that?
More likely than not, just tip the scales, yeah.
Yeah, but you as the movant, or not you personally, but the Department of Education as the party that is bringing this request, the Department of Education has the burden of proof and the burden of persuasion and the burden of coming forward with the evidence, correct?
I would think so.
And so if you don't meet that burden, just on that basis, we can deny your petition. Correct?
But, it may go back, I would think so, but, it may go back also to the discretion of the commission, so.
Yeah, but it's your burden of proof under Chapter 91. It's your burden to prove the case, to bring the evidence forward. It's within our discretion to make the decision, but it's your burden to prove your case. And if you don't prove your case, it's not the burden, for example, of the Kihei Community Association to disprove your case. The Department of Education has to prove its case, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me ask about a late filing by the Department of Planning County of Maui. And that was filed September 8, 2021. The file stamp shows 6:59 a.m. with the State of Hawaii Land Use Commission. Did you review that filing?
I believe I did.
Can you point any statement in that filing, any statement that is made by the County of Maui, which is erroneous, misleading, or simply wrong? Or if you're not in a position to answer my question right now, you can just tell me you're not in a position to answer my question right now, and we'll just deal with the record. I'm sorry?
Yeah, I'm not in a position to line by line and tell you what is and is not.
Oh, okay. Okay, no, that's fine. Having reviewed have you reviewed the written testimony that Representative Tina Wahlberger submitted, which is part of the record and also posted, just like the County of Maui's most recent filing, posted on the Land Use Commission's website?
Yeah, I believe I saw that.
Can you point to any specific statement she made in her written testimony, which was erroneous, false, misleading, wrong, or any words to that effect?
I can't say, I'm not prepared to say that any particular fact is wrong, erroneous, or misleading, but I think I had made reference to some of the quotations perhaps have.
Well, let me just say this.
One proposition when they may also support the other.
Okay, I'm not asking you to comment on, arguments, because I understand that the Department of Education's position may be different from the representative's position on certain issues. I'm looking to the factual statements or the statements which she alleges to be facts, whether any facts she presented to us in that testimony were wrong, erroneous, misleading, shibai, or whatever.
To do that, I would have to go line by line.
Okay, well, we're going to take the record the way it is. Let me ask you this. I'm trying to wrap this up. The statutes require agencies such as ours, even though we are quasi-judicial, to take public testimony. Do you consider the public testimony that was given part of the record that we must consider?
That's a yes, no question.
Yeah, I believe it is.
What amount of weight should we give to public testimony for testifiers who have demonstrated actual residence in the Kihei community area? What kind of weight do we give that public testimony?
I don't know. That's not a call for me. I don't believe that's a call for me to make. And, you know, I don't think that can be the only factor when you assess.
I'm just asking, okay, let me ask it this way. Is it true that the Land Use Commission has to make a decision on how much weight to give each piece of public testimony? But whatever weight we give it, we consider it in making our decision.
Yeah, I believe that's up to the commission.
Okay, and last few questions, I promise you, Mr. Fujioka. In looking at testimony that has been submitted in this case, is there any testimony from anyone residing within the county of Maui? It doesn't even have to be somebody residing in the Kihei area. Is there testimony from anyone residing in the county of Maui? And you can include Molokai and Lanai also, that support the elimination of the condition for grade separated pedestrian crossing.
Of the public testimony?
Or is there anybody who resides in the county of Maui, whether it's public testimony or not, who has stepped up and stated they support the elimination of the grade separated pedestrian crossing?
Okay,
Somebody from Maui.
Before I answer that, I think Brenda Lowry's got a finger up.
Sorry, if I'm allowed to chime in, Commissioner Oak, I did go through the 324 testimonies and I did read them, unlike the traffic reports that I didn't get all the way through. And you're correct that, you're correct that none of them supported the motion, but there was one person who, when he wrote about the need for a grade separated crossing, he mentioned that there's safety issues with both an underpass and an overpass, and he recommended a third option that was in place at Lipoa Street for the charter school, where there's police coordinated crossings at the start and end of school. So I just want to clarify that that was one person who lives in the community who said both the overpass and underpass have issues, but he wasn't, he wasn't in favor of our motion. But I also wanted to say, when you were talking about giving weight to all the testimony, that there were 12% of the 324 emails that came in mentioned either an overpass and underpass, or they talked about, we want a grade separated crossing. 285 of them, or 88%, said we want an underpass, or they said we want underpasses under Pi'ilani bridges. And of those 88%, 62% of those were cut and pasted one-line emails. So I would just, some of them were longer.
Fair enough.
Let me make it.
Mr. Okuda, we've all had an opportunity individually to read all of the written testimony and to draw our own conclusions. The question on the table, and I'll reiterate it, is, are you aware of any resident of Maui Island that is in favor of removing this condition?
You know, I can't name anyone, but there were people at at least one public meeting who were in favor of it.
Okay, and my final question, Mr. Fujioka, is, and this goes again to the good cause standard. In one of your filings, it stated that one of the reasons for not moving forward with the grade separated pedestrian crossing was that there was confusion. Please identify and name the person or persons that were confused, which led to the fact that there was no forward movement regarding the grade separated pedestrian crossing. Who was confused? Can you give me a name?
Yeah, I can't give you a name.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. No further questions.
Okay, Commissioner Axon, you have questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just two questions. One is to just clarify Ms. Laurie's testimony about DOE is committed to pursuing the study towards building the GSPC, regardless of liability that comes with it. I just want to kind of confirm that, and I'll ask my second question.
Can I respond to that? That I'm confirming that the DOE is committed to pursuing what comes out of future studies about a grade separated crossing. Does that answer your question?
Okay, fair enough. Second question is, what is DOE's position on the County of Maui Department of Planning proposed compromise language that would allow for the timely opening of the school while retaining the requirement for GSPC?
Is that for me or Stuart?
Whoever directing it to the council.
Well,
Mr.
I think the response is definitely open the school and conduct the studies as required in the order, and install and implement any traffic and pedestrian safety measures that are indicated.
So what is the DOE's position?
Comes to that. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
I'm just trying to, because we're trying to see if we can open the school earlier. But, on the other side, we want to make sure that DOE conform to the conditions provided by the Land Use Commission. So a compromise language was brought forward. I just want to kind of see what's the DOE's position on that. Yes or no, or
I'd like to say that the DOE would like to work with the county. So Stuart, didn't we, in the conversation this morning, we said that we would support their language? That didn't remove the GSPC from the condition, but would allow the school to open without the GSPC in place?
Yeah, and I do think that the position is also that the GSPC will will be constructed if it's required or if it's recommended by the studies.
Because even if we retain that condition, we're just thinking, how long is it gonna take for all the studies, and if it comes out that okay, GSPC or whatever is appropriate, then we're talking about funding, and it can take years, So what happened now to the school? That's why I'm kind of trying to, I'm trying to kind of come out with some kind of solution to satisfy the two sides. If my worry is if the two sides gonna dig into their positions, and what's gonna happen is we just gonna be punishing those people that we're trying to protect, which are the highest, the youth that we have. So I'm just, concerned about that. If everybody gonna dig into their positions without compromise, then 4 or 5 years, 10 years from now, the school is not gonna open. So I'm just trying to, come out with.
Question? Do you have another question, Edmund?
No, that's all. I still didn't get a complete answer. So
understand. Commissioner Ohigashi, and then Commissioner Chang.
I'm just trying to understand, Mr. Fujioka, your position. Your position is to make sure that we take out the GSBC, but only require it if the study's showing.
Well,
That's
actually,
your position?
when we're talking about trying to reach a solution.
Wait. Besides that, I'm trying to get your position. So why don't you tell me if I'm correct in your position or not, rather than go through your whole spiel, try to eat up time. I'm just trying to get to my question. So my question was simple.
I'm sorry,
Your position is we get rid of the GS requirement, and but if it's recommended in those studies that it will be built. Is that what you're saying?
Actually, the main priority right now is to eliminate the land prior to opening the school.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get your position clear. If it's required by the study, you will build it.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Irrespective of whether or not DOT says no, we're not.
Well, if it's called for by the study, I don't think.
Listen.
Can say no.
Irrespective of whether or not DOT says no. I want something saying if you're going to build it, whether or not DOT says yes or no, it doesn't matter.
But I don't know that anything can be built in that area without any traffic safety kind of thing can be put in without the DOT's.
So I understand your position. Whether or not, even if a study recommends it, if DOT says no, then you're not going to build it anyway. Is that right?
But I don't think we can say that because the DOT is not going to be.
Listen, that's my hypothetical is very simple, and it's very simple. It says, hey, if the study recommends it and says, yeah, it'll help save lives, and it'll reduce the potential for death. And the DOT says no. Our bean counters say, hey, it's not high enough a warrant. And that means that the DOE is going to go ahead and build it.
Well, we come back to the same thing where you can't defy the DOT outright, but then again,
exactly.
The
it's
DOT
exactly
cannot.
my point. My exact point is this. So long as the DOT says no, whether or not it's recommended, whether or not it's required, it will never be built. That is the DOE's. That is the net result of what you're asking.
Well,
so that's what that's my exact point.
Well, I don't believe that can be said because we can't speak for the DOT.
Okay, let's stop the argument, but I think your positions are clear. Don Chang, Commissioner Chang, you have.
Yeah, no, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Fujioka, I too am trying to understand it. And I think you have to be willing to be definitive. But let me ask you, so my understanding from DOE's, your motion is, I'm looking at condition 1B. And you are wanting to delete the provision that says petitioner shall cause to be constructed or ensure that there is a available above or below ground pedestrian crossing. You want that stricken. You want to have replaced petitioner shall cause to be constructed a roundabout with an at-grade pedestrian crossing and raised crosswalks as appropriate at the intersection of Pi'ilani Highway and Hakoi Street. Is that correct? You want that language inserted, right? Yes or no?
Is that what is said in the motion?
That's what it said in the motion. So I'm
Yeah.
reading your motion.
In terms of, well,
I'm reading a portion of it because
Yes.
because my understanding is, so you're asking, take out the grade separating pedestrian crossing so that you can open the school with the roundabout. However, all you've done is you've now moved that requirement to phase 2. Petitioner shall conduct an assessment and reevaluation of the necessity and appropriateness and utility of a grade separated crossing. I mean, what I understand is that you're just moving it to now phase 2 rather than phase 1. But I think you need, so is that correct? Is that what you're asking? Yes or no? Your motion?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. So, but what you don't, in my mind, you're not going far enough. You just say appropriateness of a grade. You're not making a commitment to constructing it. You know, I am not as troubled with the DOT approval process as many of my other commissioners are. So I understand DOT needs to approve this, but you also need to make some commitment that if these studies and DOT approves it, that you're going to construct it. You're going to get the funds and you're going to construct it. You understand my point?
Yeah.
Are you okay with that?
Yes.
All right. So that's what my understanding what your motion is. You're not necessarily saying we're going to eliminate totally the grade separating pedestrian crossing. We're just going to move that subject to studies before we open phase 2. But we want to open phase 1 with the roundabout because there is consensus that the roundabout is safe. Is that correct?
Yes, and it could actually be earlier because I think a study is required even before phase 2.
What could be required before phase 2?
Or depending what I think the order currently calls for a study at 1 year after the school opens. That may not even be phase 2 yet, but it has to be done.
Well, the condition I'm looking at, it doesn't say 1 year, it just says prior to.
I think it's in the previous condition.
Okay, all right. So I don't want to tweak the nuances. I just want to be very clear that I understand DOE's position.
Okay,
Let us open the school with the roundabout, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and I have one final question. You made a comment that says everyone wants the school to open. What is the basis for your conclusion that everyone wants the school to open? Because the testimony that I heard from some members of the public was as much as they want it to open, they don't want it to be opened without the grade separating pedestrian crossing. So what's the basis of your statement that everyone wants it to open?
I just meant that everyone wants the school to open in the way that they want. I didn't mean to say that everybody agreed that it should be open on the same terms.
Okay, all right, okay.
No one who doesn't think a school is necessary.
All right, okay. I'm just clarifying your point. I have no further questions.
Okay, so it's looking more and more as if this case is going to have to be continued beyond, because we're going to be losing a quorum lately. But I do want to continue, but let's take a bio break first. I've had a request for that. So it's 2:30. Let's resume at 2:35.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, do we have a hard stop time?
Looks like we have a hard stop at 3 o'clock. I'm confirming that during the break.
Thank you. Candy, I believe that its sniffing of the DOT is trying to enter.
But
And
you can bring him forward as a witness, but let me just caution you that we've got realistically about 25 minutes left today. We're going to lose 3 commissioners. We will lose quorum. So let's go back on the record and I'll make the official. Let's see if we got everybody. Ms. Kato, are you available? So as soon as Ms. Kato returns, we'll go back on the record.
Chair,
Yeah.
just want to say, because I'm just going to raise my hand to say I have questions also whenever Commissioner Chang's done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Put your hand down, your hand down, your electronic hand down. Thank you. Ms. Kato, are you there?
I'm here. This is Rodney from.
Rodney there? Is that Rodney?
Yes.
Okay, we can proceed. So we're going to lose quorum due to more than one commissioner having to leave at 3 o'clock. So, and there's no way we're going to get through the remainder of this this case today. It'll be noticed and rescheduled at a later date for continuation. Tentatively, it looks like October 13th. So like that'll be the next time. But again, we'll do that officially, but that's only tentative. So I want to return to the questions from commissioners to the petitioner. So Commissioner Wong, would you like to proceed?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Fujioka, couple questions. First off, I'm just following up on Commissioner Okuda's question and your statement that it just kind of bothered me when you said something about, is that what the motion said? Or Commissioner Chang, so did you write the motion or was it someone else for this issue, this proceeding?
Oh, I did. I
Okay,
just,
yeah.
I wasn't sure what part she was referring to or.
Okay, yeah, it just kind of blew me away a little bit. So I just wanted to make sure if you, and second thing is, I guess Ms. Laurie was raising her hand several times during the questioning. And I was wondering, first off, does she have the capability of doing the decision? Because it seems like the way she's answering certain things and jumping in, it looked like she was a decision maker. So who is she the decision maker then? Because she was jumping in all the time?
No, she's not a decision maker, but I think when there's something about which she has knowledge, she was wanting to step forward.
Yeah, it's just that when there were certain other questions like, reviewing the witnesses, all the testimonies that was coming in and all that, it appears like, she was doing more of the job than, sorry to say, you as the AG. I mean, so it just, I don't know who was supposed to be answering the questions. So, and as the point of contact for DOE. So you're the point of contact, correct?
Yeah,
Sir?
but she was, well, I am representing the interests of the DOE in this hearing, but there are certain aspects like Ms. Laurie was much more familiar with the public testimony.
Okay, yeah, so I would suggest that instead, if you know that she has more information, that you should say to the chair, Mr. Chair, I would like to bring back Ms. Laurie instead of her just raise her hand jumping in, because it just to me looked like she was a decision maker. And if she's not the decision maker, then she should, So that's just a statement on that part. The second part I have a question is, right now, the way the conditions in order says, it says a underpass or overpass. Some approximately, I'm just thinking in general, right? That has to be built. Is that how the conditions
I think it's
states?
grade separated pedestrian crossing,
Okay,
which could be either, yeah.
okay. So the question is, we're talking about a roundabout. And there is no statement in any of the condition order to say you cannot build a roundabout at the same time of building an overpass or underpass. Is that correct?
It's not prohibited by the conditions, but as it turned out, the grade separated crossing was not indicated by the studies that were available and was not recommended by the Department of Transportation, whereas the roundabout was.
Yeah, it's just the statement I wanted to state is it doesn't preclude you from doing this. Correct. So you could, let's say, build the roundabout and do the other part.
Yeah, it's not prohibited, but again, the DOE needs to defer to the Department of Transportation, and DOT has a responsibility to do what it deems safe and
right
within what it makes
Sorry.
best
I
judgment.
think that was a yes or no question, Mr. Fujioka. It's not prohibited. Thank you.
So I see Mr. Sniffen's on, but I'll stop there to give us some time. But again, I guess there is a hard stop at 3. So I just want to inform Mr. Sniffen that he may be asked to come back in the future because I think there'll be a lot of questions coming up. So that's all I have to say. Thank you, Mr. Fujioka. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Wong. Any other commissioners have questions for Mr. Fujioka? Commissioner Cabral.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Actually, it's for Mrs. Brenda Laurie. While we have her on at this time. Earlier, she had some very nice visual aids there. And she showed where they have the roundabout and then they would have the overhead passing and said, I think it was going to be either 671 or 617 feet to cross with that model. And I'm concerned that the decision or even that the design was made so that overhead passage, that type of design was made, is that made that way for both ADA and bicyclists?
So yes, the longer length would be for ADA and bicycles, because if we put an elevator, we can't maintain it and, it would create a safety hazard.
Okay, I have a question has anybody ever thought of the idea, the old fashioned, I'm old, the old fashioned overpasses, you walked up 15 feet, walk down steps, walk down 15 steps, that there could be a combination of a step going up as well as the combination for wheelchair and bicycle. And I believe we were standing on that ground at one point, and I think on the school undeveloped side, that's an uphill, was, as I recall, standing there hoping I didn't get killed on the side of the highway, that was a high area on the school side anyway, so you'd only probably be coming up to that. So
any additional questions?
Yeah, so that was just it, the idea that they could try and think outside the box instead of creating more barriers to the decision.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Fujioka? I have a couple of questions. First one to Ms. Lowry. In the pedestrian crossing that is designed into the rotary, is the expectation that the vehicular traffic would come to a full stop on the highway whenever those lights are flashing to allow pedestrians to cross.
I think maybe we could defer this to Mr. Sniffen.
Sure.
Yes, would that be appropriate for Mr.
Mr. Sniffen, thank you for showing up today. Can I ask you to affirm that your testimony will be the truth?
Yes.
And just for the record, identify by name and your title, who you represent.
Thank you, Chair. This is Ed Sniffen, Hawaii Department of Transportation, Deputy Director for Highways.
Thank you. Did you hear the question I had?
I did, and the answer is yes. When the signal lights are flashing, they're triggered by a pedestrian. The intent is for vehicles to see those signal lights and stop.
So if we have a stream of pedestrians approaching the thing, how do you envision this signal working? Would it work and flash for a minute and then the students would pile up, or as long as students are pressing this signal, does the flashing continue?
So the timing is preset. In general, it ranges, it's based on the number of steps you need to cross the highway. So in this case, it would be a 20 to 30 second flash in this portion. When it's flashing and there's a pedestrian present, vehicles are expected to stop. When there's no pedestrians present, if it's still flashing but they're gone, then the vehicles can proceed. When pedestrians keep coming through, it's going to be preset to make sure that there's time between each flash to make sure that the traffic can be flushed.
So for example, I don't want to belabor it here, but let's say pedestrian presses it, it starts flashing. I don't know what assurance we have that cars will actually stop, but let's assume they stop and the pedestrians start progressing across. The light, as it will, as you said, it'll assume to go for so many seconds, whatever it takes to cross the highway. But what if in the last 10 seconds, more pedestrians show up and the light's still flashing? What's to prevent them from stepping out and attempting to cross when there's not enough time left?
Nothing. Nothing presents them. They go. And when they go, we expect the cars to stop.
Okay, good. I'll leave it at that. A related question: is it the intent, if this is built as you described, that the current access to the undercrossing of the highway, which is through the gulch, and people have testified that they do use it, that will be somehow closed and all students will be forced, I use the word forced, to use the crosswalks through the rotary?
As I had testified last time, there is no way for us to put a fencing across that area. That area is for drainage. When floodwaters come through, it brings debris down. If we put fencing through that area to block it off, all of that accumulates and blocks off that drainage area. So we wouldn't do something like that.
So how would you keep people from using that as an undercrossing?
We never said we would take positive measures to stop anybody from using it. But the biggest thing that I told everybody is we cannot put a formalized crossing in that area. It's unsafe. So we would rather make sure that we have a safe crossing for everybody on the highway.
I understand what your preference is, but my takeaway is that what this commission is hearing is we cannot make it safe for pedestrians to go under the highway through the gulch. But at the same time, we as the Department of Transportation knows, or it assumes, that it's going to happen anyway.
So what I'm saying is we're making safe crossings on the highway. It's not what I assume, it's going to be safe on the highway. We hear that people are using that path under that undercrossing, but we cannot put a formalized path under there unless we can get people out of the stormwater. We would definitely ask people not to use it. We would definitely sign it to ensure that everybody understands the risk that they take to use a drainage way for a crossing, but we're going to be providing that safe access on the highway.
Okay. In your absence earlier today, I attempted some personal recall from your prior testimony without checking the transcript. So I want to give you an opportunity to set me straight. My recall was that your preference was to build the rotary, and in fact, you said that you testified that you might be able to allocate DOT funding to get that work done. However, the DOT does not have funding for a grade separated pedestrian crossing. But if a client came forward like DOE and made those funds available, the DOT, whatever those funds would need to be, that the DOT could do it. Did I characterize your statement correctly?
Yes.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Fujioka. In your presentation of your first PowerPoint yesterday, not the DOT PowerPoint, but your own PowerPoint, excuse me, you enumerated various exhibits and studies. And one of them you put forward was Exhibit 11, which was the FAIR and Peers Technical Memorandum in terms of their updated study that was done in August of 2019. They consider alternatives for crossing the highway. Are you familiar with that exhibit?
Insofar as I made reference to it, but I haven't actually read it recently.
Well, it's your reference to it that you represented to this commission that I'm really questioning. Your representation to this commission was that this report, this study, this technical memorandum, this exhibit, concluded that a crossing was not warranted. Do you stand by those comments?
I need to take a look at it again if I have misspoken.
Well, I'm going to argue that you may have misspoken, but let me read from the first page, which is the summary of the exhibit. It says a GSPC would not be warranted when the school opens with 800 students, and that, quote, a traffic signal would be provided, acceptable traffic operations. So there was no case done that I can read. They evaluated 3 cases, but none with a GSPC, and with no GSPC and a rotary only. It indicated that there would be traffic signals. So the question is, if you're not familiar with this study, but it seems to me, and you can correct me, that's my question to you, correct me if I interpret this wrong, that the only time that a GSPC is not warranted is when there would be a traffic signal to stop traffic.
If that's what the reports, the Fair and Peers report said. However, generally, if they're I think usually the GSPC is done either alternative or in conjunction with a traffic signal. But when there's a roundabout, generally the studies don't require, well, I don't believe that it's usually recommended. So I got my signals crossed there. I thought
it's a pretty big signal to get crossed in my mind. There were 3 alternatives: a roundabout that included a GSPC, a traffic signal that included a GSPC, and a traffic signal, which I'm interpreting to be a stoplight, not the flashing little things that expect the traffic to stop, at a grade pedestrian crosswalk. Those were the only 3 cases that they studied. So again, your representation to this commission that it's not warranted based on this study, are you retracting that statement or do you stand by it?
In terms of whether the grade separated crossing is indicated by this study, I would have to stand by that.
Then restate what your takeaway is from this study, because you just confused me again with what that last statement was.
Well, I guess the takeaway is with a roundabout, the grade separated crossing is not indicated.
this study did not evaluate a roundabout without a grade separated pedestrian crossing. The study didn't even look at it. The only case it looked at with a roundabout included a grade separated pedestrian crossing. So how can you conclude or represent to this commission that this study says it's not warranted? I don't think it does.
That was what I took away from it. And if that's not what the commission or the chair sees, I apologize, and I just.
Fair enough.
Different. I saw it differently.
Yeah. So I understand that I have some questions that we had a lot of questions about from Commissioner Ohigashi that about who made the decisions on using or not using the funding, and we didn't get a clear answer on that. And I'd like, if you don't mind, Mr. Fujioka, you'll get plenty of opportunity when we resume the hearing. But at this time, would you mind if I take a few minutes if Representative Weingartner is available, if she could shed some light on how the decisions were made to use or not use the funding at this time?
Yeah,
Is that acceptable to you?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Derrickson, can you call back into the room if she's available, Representative Weingartner?
Yeah, we just promoted Representative Wildberger up to the panel. Here she is.
Representative Wildgartner, thank you for coming back a third time to this hearing. And if we don't have much, we only have a few minutes, but we had some unanswered questions about how decisions were made to use or not use funds that were allocated by the governor. Do you have any further clarification on that available to us?
So pertaining to, thank you very much, pertaining to Commissioner Ohigashi's inquiry about, how or who made the decision, I anecdotally happened to be present when Deputy Director Sniffen and Department of Education Representative Chung attended a summit that I hosted at the conference room at the Capitol in August of 2019. I invited DOE principals, the CAS, anybody I could think of that would be part of the decision-making on this, and brought over the KCA folks. And we made a lovely map and showed them everywhere we'd like to see roundabouts instead of signalized intersections, the length of the north-south traverse of South Maui, so that we can keep our traffic moving. We broke for lunch, and then Deputy Director Sniffen and Department of Education, I guess he must have been the Assistant Superintendent Chung, had a side conversation. And Deputy Director Sniffen said, look, these guys are asking for two things. They're asking for a roundabout and they're asking for an underpass. We're going to give them the roundabout. We're not going to give them the underpass. And they kind of did their side deal and said, okay, good. And I thought to myself, well, okay, there's half our battle. We're going to get our roundabout. But we're still faced with the idea that traffic fatalities are acceptable. Hawaii averages 28 pedestrian fatalities every year. And for South Maui, that's unacceptable. We want to achieve Vision Zero. We want to have zero traffic fatalities. And that's the information that I know about how the decision was made.
Okay, let's leave it there. Mr. Fujioka, do you have any questions for the additional testimony from Ms. Weinberger? You shook your head, but do you have any questions?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Hopper?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Kato?
No, thank you.
Commissioners? Okay, thank you very much for that additional insight. Appreciate it. Mr. Fujioka, we're going to have to adjourn now, but I'm going to consider the case still to be your case to present when we resume. If you want to bring additional witnesses forward or information forward to further make your case. As Commissioner Okuda has said, you know, the burden is on you, and we want to give you every opportunity to make your case before this commission. Unfortunately, because we're losing quorum, or have already lost it, or about to lose it, we're going to have to adjourn for today. And the tentative date for resuming is October 13th, but that will be noticed to all parties. Does anybody have a question on that, Mr. Commissioner?
August 13th? You said August, I think.
No, I meant October.
October 13th. The other question is, can Mr. Fujioka, I guess, or Mr. Stephen inform us as to what, at the next hearing, as to what the status is on the funding and the bill, and when they're going to start with the roundabout?
That would be appreciated. Ms. Lowry, you have your hand up. I don't know if Mr. Fujioka wants to call on you for something, or you need to say something. Okay, it's down. Okay,
I apologize, sir.
Just checking. No, we're fine. Mr. Fujioka, any additional comment before we adjourn?
No, not till next time, thanks.
Okay, thank you for everybody for your patience and hanging with us. We know this is an emotional topic for many folks and they're very passionate about it. Again, thank you, Mr. Sniffen. Hopefully you can join us when we reconvene on this matter.
Thank you.
Thank you all. The meeting is adjourned.